And we are back with some Pokemon Yellow Nuzlocke. I am joined by my friend E. We are we're doing something a little different this time. Just with how this holiday break has gone. I was set back by some inclement weather. Like I had to stay the night at my grandparents once when I was planning to stream, and then there was New Year's and my body clock has kind of been resetting some sleep debt. So we're gonna try a morning stream, see how that goes. I might also do a stream later at night again today, but we'll be introducing this as an alternative that we could also do in the future. See how I feel about morning streams when I happen to be up because I tend to be a night owl. So, we should be going for a couple hours today. I anticipate possibly four or so. So yeah, let me just shoot out the message that we are live. Make sure everything's good. Seems like we're not getting any major rendering lag or encoding lag. So while I shoot out some messages, how you doing, E?
Oh, I'm I'm doing okay. It's been rough for me this past week. Been sick and still
Hmm.
am. Um, but
Probably
dang it.
some of that massive Omicron spread, you think?
No, I tested negative. I made sure to get a
Okay.
COVID test. I did. I was my girlfriend caught it just this past week, and I was with her when she technically would have been like super contagious, but with my tests I came back negative, so I'm not nearly as worried about that at the moment.
Okay.
But I think it might just be like a flu thing or whatever, but it's still annoying.
Yeah. A couple weeks ago, before Christmas, I was sick with something that wasn't so severe, but never really got tested with it because it didn't last very long. It wasn't too bad.
No, that's good at least.
Yeah. Okay. Let's share here. Let's share here. Okay. Oh, and let me boot up Pokemon while I'm sharing so we can see the cute little Pika Pika. Okay, let me share to Reddit. Play any good games lately?
Oh, quite a few. I've
Nice.
finished up a decent amount of stuff. Right now, I've my primary focus was on the Castlevania Anniversary Collection.
Mm. How many games does
Yeah.
that have?
Um, let's see. One, two, three, four. Bloodlines, Kid Dracula.
Is that a Castlevania game?
Yeah, technically it's a Castlevania spin-off that
Interesting. Didn't know
Konami
that.
worked on like years and years ago, back in like 1991, I think is when it came out, and it was
Hmm.
originally only exclusive to the Famicom. There was a Game Boy pseudo sequel remake that got released in the West. Good luck finding a copy of that, though it's goddamn expensive. But at least that Famicom version is on the Anniversary Collection, which is pretty sweet. So
Nice.
yeah, no, it's really cool. I'm currently working through Castlevania 4, which is easily the best one so far. It's so good. But that's primarily been it. But I've worked on other things as well. I played the new Call of Duty, of course. Didn't pay
Nice.
for it, not supporting Activision Blizzard and their horrid, toxic work cultures and
That's
all
the
of
thing
that
that sucks
garbage.
so bad is that pretty much always been very tight about ownership because even back in the day they had CD keys and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like very hard to get secondhand from them.
Yeah, it really is. It's like they only like that's the big thing since like a lot of those like really shitty companies really worry about doing like oh they have their own launchers and make it very complicated and hard to like get their games on PC without, you know, like directly supporting them. That's why I just usually now just get physical copies like pre-owned or something so I don't have to
Yeah.
pay for it. That's my things. That's one of the reasons why I still play on console frequently. So
Yeah, that's an advantage. That's one of the
because
things
I
that
still like
sucks
to.
so bad about one of the things that sucks about digital ownership right now is that it's so DRM heavy, so locked down to
True.
platforms. I mean, if you could just share those files, that would be incredible, but they're not gonna let you just do
Yeah,
that.
no, it's ridiculous.
Okay. So where I left off is a very interesting place because, and this seems to be an issue that's a little worse in Pokemon Yellow, is that there's there's a big spike in some of the tougher trainers compared to normal trainers, which normally is actually really cool. Something I really like about this region is that it becomes pretty open-ended. You can fight Koga next, or you can fight Sabrina next. You know, it opens up a lot, but for a Nuzlocke, it makes it very difficult because I had to do a ton of grinding over a bunch of streams just for the rival, and now I probably have to do some more to prepare for Koga and Sabrina because level 50 Alakazam, yikes. So,
Eek.
and the thing is, a lot of areas that I could be grinding on at this point are locked behind Surf. And so I have to
Uh,
fight Koga for that, and he's got a level 50 Pokemon. So I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to grind off of wild Pokemon. I'm going to try to grind off of some of Sabrina's trainers, but considering their psychic type, I might not even want to do that quite just yet. So it's gonna probably be pretty grind heavy just because of the nature of how this works, but I get the feeling that once I reach around level 50, or at least close enough, it should go quicker. Like Koga, Sabrina, Blaine should go quicker, but we're stuck in a little bit of a grind pit. So that's probably going to be a fair amount of what we're doing for now. But I think we'll start mainly with stuff like trying to take on Sabrina's gym trainer, see what that's like. Maybe see if there's anywhere else we can catch new Pokemon just in case. Yeah. There's something I wanted to mention though. So I'm nearing the end of Halo 3's campaign.
ah.
And so the next time we do Halo multiplayer, it'll probably be actually ODST, and I'm gonna figure out how I want to arrange that because I think you can only have 4 people for Firefight.
Yeah, that's only 4.
Yeah, so I'll have to figure out, I guess, plan ahead with people. So I will also be doing the Halo 3 ODST campaign at a certain point, but I probably won't be doing it right away. So I'll want to coordinate this with you, but once I do the Halo 3 campaign, I might be able to open up some spots for Ape Escape streams, because
Nice.
I know you'd love to do that. So we'll have to coordinate on that, but once I beat Halo 3, that could be in the cards as something I'd like to do.
Sweet. Yeah, no, it's great. I actually just a little over a month ago, my family got like a big old OLED TV, and
Ooh.
they were on a vacation, and so I figured like, hey, I've got my copy of Ape Escape and like my PS3 because like it'll back compat on that. So I plugged it into my the OLED and played Ape Escape on that. Holy moly, dude! Like, I mean, the colors in that game are already great, and that's one thing I really love about its aesthetics. And so, going in and uh, giving that a go, it was
Nice.
beautiful, so beautiful.
That's the thing. I've only really had a small taste. I have played it. I do own it. It's right here, actually. Right here. But I haven't played it significantly enough for it to really sink in. So I'm looking forward to that. That looks like
Nice.
it could be a real fun one to have you guide me through. Because it's got a pretty unique control scheme, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it was the very first game to require dual analog control, and with that, it does have a few kind of like interesting quirks that kind of come with like being the first of its kind. But I think,
Right.
yeah, after a little bit of adjustment, I think it, largely, I think gameplay wise, still feels like really good to play today.
Nice.
Which can't say about a lot of old games, but but that one definitely I think is really great, and it's the same control scheme that they continued to go with throughout the whole rest of the series. So
Ooh, consistency. That's one of the minor annoyances of Halo is I always get confused which buttons are which in which game.
yeah, that is true.
It's always slightly different. Okay, let's see if we can take on some of Sabrina's trainer fodder. Some of them are psychic types, so we will have to exercise caution. Okay, let's try to take on this guy. So you're playing Halo right now?
Yeah, playing some Infinite multiplayer.
Nice.
They had some challenges come back for that samurai armor stuff, so I'm just kind of doing some challenges right now. Not
Cool.
planning on being on this for very long, but I think
Yeah,
I'm getting close to finishing Castlevania 4. That's calling me back.
Nice. I put out a poll, and it seems like a lot of people would like to see me do Halo Infinite multiplayer, so that might become one of my backup streams at a certain point. With that, I don't have the campaign yet, so if I stream that game, I'd probably do a lot of multiplayer first, and then give myself the chance to buy the campaign at a later date, and then do that.
Yeah, I played it through Game Pass, but I play the multiplayer through Steam. I did that because because Microsoft will still like keep track of how long like you've played the game. So what I did is I tried to do the hours that I had like in multiplayer through Steam and then through the Xbox launcher for the campaign and like divide the difference to see how
Interesting.
long it took me to finish the campaign. So it was about like 20 something hours through getting most of the collectibles and doing most of the side, well, I think doing like all the side objectives that I could and pretty much all the collectibles. So
Okay, that's longer than most Halo games probably. Like
yeah, no,
I think they're
it's
usually
an
like
open
8
world.
hours. Yeah. Okay, let's see. The next trainer we fight. Let's see what we should.
Yeah, I still feel, pretty mixed about Halo Far Cry, but I don't know. I mean, it's still fun. Like the gameplay is really good. I really like how it feels to play, both in the campaign and multiplayer. It's extremely fun. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about going with this, you know, completely open-ended direction for, the map traversal and objectives and stuff. It feels kind of weird. And then when you get into the corridor areas, which, Halo is primarily built upon, the corridors can be so, drab and samey. It feels a lot like Halo 1 in that regard for,
Mm.
not in a good way. So I don't know, like it's kind of a mixed bag for me in some places. It's easily the best 343 Halo game. I'm not like
That's what
that
it
was
seems to be.
yeah, I mean not like that was a very high bar to pass anyway, but I still think that this is like definitely the best one that they've put together, and I think they have a, definitely a greater understanding of the legacy of Halo and how like the game should really feel in a lot of
Nice.
ways, but yeah, still certainly has its fair share of issues, both on the multiplayer and campaign side. But I mean, hey, out of any of the multiplayer shooters that came out this past year, it's easily the better of the bunch. So
Yeah, it looks a lot of fun. I one thing that a lot of people seem to really be fixating on is the grunts. Some people seem to really enjoy the way they've been handled.
yeah, no, they're definitely kind of back to more of like the super goofy grunts that you would see in earlier Halo releases. So
Right.
which is pretty cool. Because, like, I mean, if I'm to have, like, one, like, gigantic complaint about, like, Halo Reach, it's that I really hate the direction that they took with the grunts. And, I don't know, this game kind of tries to rectify that a little more, which is good, so... Because I think they did it a little bit in some of the other games, but, I don't know. I don't think they nearly had the personality that they do again.
Yeah, I don't recall much of what the grunts didn't reach, so it's probably a little bit of a sign.
Yeah.
I have, I'm almost near the end in the Halo 3 campaign, and before, I would say probably overall my favorite was the Halo 1 campaign, but now...
Really?
I'm thinking the Halo 3 campaign might, seems like it's better, which in that case probably means Halo 3 is my favorite Halo game.
That would put you in with the majority.
Yeah. Halo 2...
Nothing wrong with that.
Halo
it's
2's
still a great game.
campaign is, like, really good, but more inconsistent. Like, Halo 1's campaign has a lot of, like, repetition, but, like, I think generally the content's really solid aside from that one level with all the Flood, the library. Halo 2 is more inconsistent. I love the Arbiter stuff. Some of the Master Chief stuff you can tell is a little more rushed. Halo 3 feels really epic. There's some repetition, but it's mostly fun stuff, like taking on Scarabs a couple times. I mean, honestly, it's so epic in general that it doesn't... It's just fun. And yeah, I love Halo 3's multiplayer. I think Halo 2's multiplayer has less guns that I don't like to use and less maps I don't like to use, so it's, like, generally more stellar. But, like... the maps that really hit in Halo 3, I just love. So, yeah, I have to revisit Reach, you know, but I think Halo 3 might be my favorite after going through the Master Chief Collection.
Nice. Well, that's really cool, though, yeah. I don't know, I've had a very interesting relationship with Halo 3. I've kind of felt it to be one of the weaker ones, in my opinion. Like, I wouldn't put Halo 3... I would put Halo 3, like, above Halo 1, but I think, like, both 2 and Reach, I think, are better games overall. That's, like, I don't know, I guess, like, a real hot take to have, but, I don't know, 3, for me, there's a lot of changes that I really didn't like into 3. The story, I think, is significantly worse. It's nowhere near as interesting as what it was before. I was really spoiled with that Halo 2 narrative. I still think that's probably like one of the greatest sci-fi stories. I think that's especially in video games. I love that story. It's so good.
It is really good.
Yeah, and then Halo 3 obviously tries to, like, reverse ship some of that, which is kind of a bummer, but understandable in a lot of ways. But then,
I think part of it is it's one of the most exciting for me to play. Like, it just, like, feels legendary, like massive scale.
I think Reach did that better, but that's why I like that more. But
I need to revisit Reach's campaign. I think I'll probably rank it last, because despite the fact that it kind of did the Rogue One thing before Rogue One, I still kind of feel like most of the characters I didn't really care for that much, aside from, like, George.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
I'll have to revisit it. It has.
Characters.
I played it when I was in high school, so my opinions could definitely change.
Oh wow, yeah. No, I've played that Reach campaign tons of times. I think the last time I played it, a friend and we finished it in a day. Because
Nice.
like you can finish it like pretty fast in co-op. And
Right.
yeah, no, we had a total blast going through that campaign again. I love that campaign. I think it's fantastic, and you know, I think all the
We'll have to
Bungie
see.
campaigns are good.
Maybe
so,
there's stuff I just didn't appreciate as much at the time.
yeah.
I definitely love Halo Reach multiplayer a lot. It's near and dear to my heart. Okay, let's see. Trainer number 4. Okay. Wait, which teleport pad is that? Okay, that one. I'm trying to make sure I don't thrust myself into, like, a fight with a bunch of cadabras.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I should try and find my mute button on here, so just in case I keep wheezing or I start dry heaving, nobody has to hear it.
Or you could
that wouldn't be very pleasant.
What Germa does and just clip it and constantly repeat it.
Yeah, just constantly hear lurching in the background. Oh god, man, I feel like shit though. Ugh. Oh man, like my body just suddenly got like really warm. Ugh.
Right. Yeah.
Fun.
I felt like that about a little less than a month ago. Felt pretty bad.
Ugh. Oh my god.
Okay, let's get rid of this paralyze because it's causing me problems. So remind me, at the Game Awards, It Takes Two won Game of the Year, right?
Yes, I haven't played it. I really want to, but I haven't yet.
Okay,
it's on Game Pass. I just need someone to play it with.
Okay, I thought you had, but I guess you were just like talking about it early in the year, right?
Oh, sorry, what was that?
I thought you had played it. I guess I just remembered you talking about it early in the year. Is that the case?
Yeah, I guess like I was kind of like anticipating it and really wanted to give it a try. I still haven't even played the other game that Josef Fares directed, A Way Out. I haven't even tried that one. That was fun. Yet.
I didn't really play it, but I watched some friends, and it looked like a lot of fun.
Yeah, I really need to give both of those games a go. I should talk with my friend Cody, who's my usual co-op game partner.
Nice.
Talk with him about giving that a go.
Sweet.
I would totally try and like coerce my girlfriend into playing it with me, but it deals with some pretty like touchy subject matter that's really hard for her to handle. So unfortunately, I can't do that. So I have to try and find another means of trying to play it.
Right. One thing about that game, it does look like fun, but it also has an uncanny look, and I wonder if that was intentional or not. Like, I don't know, but like, because it's like all heavily mocap, some of the camera movements look really weird. Like, the book especially, like, he creeps me out. The way he, like, he's, like, trying to move, like, whimsically.
Oh, the book thing?
Yeah, he looks so
that
creepy.
Thing is freaky. Yeah.
I don't know, was that intentional or not? I kind of wonder if it was.
Frankly, I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder. But it does look like a fun time. That studio seems to specialize in those kind of co-op stories. Speaking of co-op, I had originally lost it years ago, my original copy, so I got Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga on Steam.
Hell yeah!
There was a time, right after I got off finals, I was so exhausted, I was half considering doing no expectation stream, play a game with no real skill involved, and I was gonna do some of that. I ended up being just not streaming, but I think that's one I would like to revisit in the future, because it has been I did play a ton of it, but it was a very long time ago, so that one might be due for a revisit. Okay. Yeah, I think the rest of the... Yeah, jeez, it really bumps up the levels from red and blue to yellow on the gym leaders. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's not that bad normally, because then you could just, keep trying over and over again, but for a Nuzlocke, it makes it annoying. Okay.
Man, if I can have a tiny soapbox for a second to just complain about something about Halo Infinite, I really hate these challenges and how, all progression is essentially locked behind them. So it's I could be kicking ass in this game of Fiesta, but it doesn't matter because I need assists specifically so that I can progress and get these challenges. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. Can't stand this.
You can only get progress a certain way.
Yeah, I really wish that like any other, multiplayer shooter that if I complete a match, I get rewarded for for doing good in the game.
Right.
But it's like, oh yeah, you get your little scoreboard, and maybe if you're lucky enough and you have a challenge that specifically talks about doing that certain thing, maybe great. But in a game like this, where I don't know, I'm like running around with all these big ass weapons, getting all these kills, it doesn't matter though, because again, I need assists if I'm to make any progress here. So it's like, okay, I have to intentionally make myself do worse so that I can get skins and shit. Like, okay, I see how this is.
Yeah, when the very arbitrary where it's not even like about how good you do, you gotta just meet really arbitrary requirements.
Yeah, it's annoying. That's the one thing I guess I can give like Call of Duty Vanguard over this, is like I can finish a match and I get rewarded for doing good. But that game isn't very good, so hey.
Yeah, I haven't really looked into how that one's been received. How is it generally considered meh?
Yeah, it's an off year for as a whole. I know like every year people say this is the new worst one or whatever, and this definitely is not the worst Call of Duty. Hell no, it's not Call of Duty 3 or Ghosts. So it's better than those.
I dropped off with Black Ops 2 with Ghosts. I was just like, what?
Yeah.
So is the last like good one at this point considered the Modern Warfare remake? Like what did the fans think?
Yeah, from like the fan perspective, Modern Warfare 2019 was the last like real good one. I liked Black Ops Cold War. I'm kind of in a bit of a minority opinion on that one, but I think Black Ops Cold War was really good. I really liked that campaign. The multiplayer was kind of iffy, but the zombies was good too. So I don't know, like I had fun with it, but I don't know, it was one that not a lot of people agree with me on that one. So. But yeah, Vanguard, most people are like, yeah, this is not very good.
Okay.
It's kind of funny because I follow the development of these games like where I can, and like usually they're pretty like hush hush about a lot of this stuff, but this Call of Duty has been through the ringer in a development cycle. It was supposed to come out last year, but like the whole game got scrapped at one point because like Raven, the support studio who like handles a lot of the Call of Duty games, which also their quality assurance team is currently on strike, and support the developers over at Raven and the QA team there's like major layoffs that happened over there after people were promised raises from Activision, and then like I think a quarter of the staff got laid off. So a lot of the QA team is on strike right now, which good for them. Fight for those better wages.
It's Activision Blizzard,
so,
right?
Yeah. Yeah, so no big surprise. But yeah, no, so but the funny thing is like this Call of Duty very very much more than any other Call of Duty game feels like a copy paste job. Because people will talk about like, oh, this is exactly the same game as it was last year, blah blah blah, and it's like whatever, like sure, like of course there's similarities and like same engine and stuff, but like the games are different. But this one, hell no, like totally, this is just a World War II skin for Modern Warfare 2019. It feels exactly the same. They just changed up some of the weapons and like it's in World War II now, and like that's it. it's like, wow, it's so very obviously a product of an extremely rushed, troubled development,
right? And
that's so sad to to say and to acknowledge, but it's true. And
right,
I feel really bad for the people that had to push themselves like this to try and get this out. I mean, like they did the best that they could, but I mean it's still a product of a very troublesome development cycle, and it shows. It's extremely unpolished, it's buggy. The gameplay is really kind of like off and on. Again, it feels copy paste, bleh. So.
Right. just to I want to continue that, but just
Oh,
before we are going to be running ads in just a minute here, so just a reminder to our Twitch viewers that subscribers will not receive any ads. I don't want to lock my content behind a paywall. I want everyone to be able to enjoy it. But for those who do feel willing to contribute, it's greatly appreciated. Even small donations are worth a lot more than ad views. And as a way of showing appreciation for anyone who is willing to contribute, whoever donates the most, cheers the most, or gets the most subs by the time I finish this Yellow Nuzlocke series, which I know I started in the summer, but I am gonna finish it. Whoever, for each of those categories, you'll be able to nominate a future stream if you'd like. So if you want to pick something I do in this channel eventually, feel free to shoot for being number one in one of those categories. So those are going to automatically run in about a minute, just giving you guys a heads up. But continuing off of what you were saying, Ethan, so like, that kind of sounds to me like what Battlefield Hardline was, where it kind of felt like a mod.
yeah. Yeah, honestly, that's actually a really good comparison when you put it like that. It does feel, again, very, very samey to Modern Warfare, and yeah, nah. That's basically all I really had to say. It's just, again, it's just not very good. I've played bits of it, and like, and there's that piece of me that's like, I got in Modern Warfare 2019 and Black Ops Cold War, I got the platinum trophies on PlayStation for those. So now, like, I'm playing this one and I look at the trophy list and it's not too hard or super grindy. The campaign has like the hardest stuff, and I've already beat the campaign on veteran. I've beaten every mainline Call of Duty on veteran at this point. But yeah. Sorry, lost my train of thought. Got the campaign trophies I'll still need to do, and like I'm thinking about just going forward with getting the plat in that one, just so that I can be like, oh hey, 3 in a row, I did it, haha, funny, and like just even though this isn't very good, but that's the life I live. So
well, it's up to you. You play
yeah,
games however you want.
Yeah, that's true. I'll have to play that campaign again, which not very good. It's not the worst mode. Multiplayer is easily the best mode this time around, but that's not really saying a whole lot. Campaign is the next, but like easily the worst mode is the zombies mode. It is, oh my hell, it's terrible. It was apparently handled by Treyarch, and they had they said like, oh, this is it's like a prequel to the zombies mode in Black Ops Cold War. And oh dude, it's terrible. It doesn't even play like conventional zombies, which is okay. Like, I'm okay with like shaking up the formula a little bit, but it's like a weird objective mode thing where it's like, oh, you have to travel through a portal to a multiplayer map where you have to do one of 4 interchangeable objectives, and you continually repeat that, and that's each and every single one of your rounds until you die or you exfil out. Yeah, and it's like, okay, that's weird. And then they have the like the perk system is kind of revamped in a couple of weird ways, like, and they upped the price on the Pack-a-Punch as well. So like, I don't know, but like the thing is also like, this is easily, like, again, the easiest zombies mode that I've played. My friend Cody and I, who I usually will play like Call of Duty games with, and my usual co-op game partner, he is like, dude, like, this sucks. This is so bad. And like, we go through like hours playing through that mode, and like wouldn't even be downed once, and we're like, dear lord, like, what are we at, like on hour 3 or something, and we're only at like round 20? It's like, oh my hell. Like, this is taking forever. It's not good.
Jeez. I have my cousin is really into Black Ops 2 zombies, and like, what really annoys me about Black Ops 2 zombies is it's really good in parts, but it's like just not built for the hardware. It's like got way too much going on that makes it slow to a crawl and have horrible frame rates on the 360. Ugh. But yeah, like, But like, I forget which map. But the one map we usually do seems like a lot of fun to go through. Too much fire. Like, they should have made it more open to move around. But like, the general principle, I think it's a fun map. But like, the frame rate really kills it.
Ugh, yeah.
Just get rid of those particles. You don't need to put fire everywhere, and then that map would be really solid.
It'd be much better.
Yep. Because like you can also just get burnt standing in places. Just keep it to the one lava pool. Like, you don't need to go so extra if it runs so bad.
See, I don't know specifically if Black Ops and Black Ops 2 got those enhancements or not, but I know that there were some games, and I think a couple of Call of Duty games received performance boosts on the Series X, which is pretty cool.
So there was some on the Xbox One. I think it still couldn't keep like nominal frame rate like for most of it, like when there was just so much on screen. I imagine the Series X, I'll have to look into it, like maybe at that point it just runs well, but it's just not optimized well. Like,
yeah,
like I think there was too much busyness, like the fires and the particle effects. I think it was just like, you know, like, oh, we gotta cram in as much stuff as we can. We're Call of Duty.
Yeah, no,
that's one thing that as a kid always astounded me about arcades. Before I knew what frame rate was, all I knew was like any Sega game I saw in arcade, I was like, why does that look so like I didn't even know how to describe it, but it just had a look, and like it always made an impact on me even before I realized what I was looking at.
Nice. Yeah, no, Oh, crap. Sorry, I got into a bad situation in my Halo match. But, lost my train of thought. Crap, again.
I was talking about Sega's really good frame rates for their arcade games.
Oh, yeah. Oh, like, what, like, you're talking arcade games? Like, do you know
like,
any specifically, or?
That's the thing, I don't really know their names, but, like, it's like any Sega game that was 3D in the arcades, I'm pretty sure they were all 60 FPS. I think there was a Jurassic Park one.
Ooh.
There was always racing ones. I couldn't name them because it was always just some driving game, but they always just looked like incredibly
Crazy
smooth.
Taxi.
Yeah, maybe Crazy Taxi.
Oh, Crazy Taxi is like probably my favorite like Sega arcade game. That game is so freaking good, dude.
I've played a PlayStation 2 version. I really like it. There was a Phantom Menace racing game I saw at a used game store I went to, and that also was like, oh, just smooth. Like, arcade games like really were great at just putting high frame rate.
Yeah, when you have like such a hyper focus into a specific type of gameplay, and you can really kind of hone in on some very, I guess, more simplistic mechanics and visuals, you can really pull a lot of like great performance out of that, and just general engine optimization as well. So
I think a lot of it is it's built to the hardware, because there's like common boards, I guess, so kind of like platforms, but as compared to like PlayStation, where it's like you got 1,000 games, so you can't guarantee they'll all run well. It's like we're building the hardware so we can make sure that this is gonna work.
Yeah, building it directly for the board, and again, that's also why you get a lot of first-party titles for consoles and stuff often look and run the best.
Yeah.
So yeah, it makes a lot of sense. So
they got different priorities.
Yep. True.
All right, time for the grind set. Time for major grind set mode.
You on the Sigma male grind set over there?
Yeah, trying to get these Pokemon somewhat near level 50. At least I've got the fast forward button. That helps. So, did you get any games for Christmas?
Yeah, I did. Mostly some PlayStation 5 stuff. Well,
Nice.
all like PlayStation 5 stuff.
Lucky
Actually, it's kind of
boy.
funny. Yeah. So I mean, there's a bunch of like more of the budget titles that are on the system. Stuff I was wanting to get there. So it's really cool. I got like the new Monkey Ball remake.
Ooh, nice.
Um, I got Werewolf the Apocalypse Earthblood. I was really excited to play that. Some good looking Euro jank. I'm a sucker for Euro jank. So like, oh sweet, Euro jank on the PS5. Hell yeah. And then some like more like kind of double A, middle shelf kind of stuff. I don't remember. Let me move my. I got like Spirit of the North, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2.
Nice.
Yeah. So, and Call of Duty was a gift from my friend Cody. So,
Nice.
but yeah, how about you? Oh yeah, you got I know you had like Brilliant Diamond, right?
Yeah, so
Sweet.
collectively we got a ton of Switch games because now at this point in my family, we basically we now have 3 Switches. So like I have one, Eliza and Dylan share one, and Marie got a Switch Lite as her Christmas present. So all among us, we got a lot of Switch games. I got Brilliant Diamond and Metroid Dread. I got
Yeah.
Marie Breath of the Wild. Eliza got Stardew Valley, Splatoon 2, and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. And Dylan got Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. So put that all together, that's a whole lot of
Dang.
games.
That is.
And then, of course, I got some Steam gifted games. I can't remember exactly all I got. Did you get me some?
Did I get what?
Did you get me some games on Steam? I'm trying to remember who gifted me what.
Oh yeah, I gifted you Ikaruga and
And Battlefront?
no, something else.
Okay.
I don't remember what it was.
Alright.
I know I know Ikaruga was one of them for sure though. And I know I
Yeah.
got something off your wish list. I can't remember what it was.
I got those. I also got Horizon Zero Dawn. I
Oh,
got
sick.
what else? Let me pull it up. Let me see what I got.
Yeah, I forgot about Steam stuff as well. I got some from friends.
I
Let's see. You
got
gave me Wander Song, yeah. I was really been looking
Oh,
forward to
I
that
haven't
one.
played it, but I saw Dylan played it. That one looks really fun.
Oh yeah.
I think you did give me Battlefront, like the original. And then I got Horizon Zero Dawn, Ikaruga, Control, Ty the Tasmanian Tiger, and Call of Juarez Gunslinger.
Huh. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Weird.
So I got some good stuff there too. So
Yeah, Gunslinger, highly recommend that game. That game is so good.
I didn't really know anything about it, but I looked at some gameplay when a friend was like, "Oh, what should I gift you?" And I was like, "Oh, that looks pretty good."
It's a sweet game. I really like it. I remember I played it back on the 360 like years ago. It was like a game with gold, I think. And I was like, "Oh yeah, sure, I'll give that a try." And I was like, "Holy shit, this is great."
Yeah, what I saw
And
looked like it had a nice style to it.
oh yeah, no, the story is like a lot of fun, like really goofy. It doesn't take itself very seriously aesthetically. It's like super pleasing. The gameplay is like this really fun meld of like arcade and first person shooter, like
Nice.
linear shooting gallery kind of elements. It's a really like awesome marriage between different gameplay styles. I think that and narrative techniques. I think that pulls off really well into a fun like really short like I think it's like maybe like a 5 or so hour experience.
Nice.
I think you'd
That
really like
short,
it.
huh?
Yeah, no, it's a short game. It was a downloadable title. It was
Okay.
it was a part. I think it was a part of the arcade program on the 360 back in the day. So
Yeah, that one looks fun. I'm probably gonna stream that one because when I was talking with the person who gifted it to me, they wanted to make sure they gifted me something I'd actually play. So I was like, you know what? I'll add that to my stream queue.
I'll prove it to you. I'll
Yeah.
stream it too.
Exactly. So a little down the road, I'll be doing that one. Maybe we'll save that one for the summer or something.
Hell yeah.
But we
Yeah,
definitely
that
need
game
to...
certainly has high recommendations from me.
Nice.
So, but like how you said that it's been a long time since you've played Halo Reach, it's been a long time since I played Gunslinger, so who knows? Maybe it is poo-poo, but I remember it being awesome, so...
Yeah. There's a few games where I remember it being good, and then I revisit them like... Oh.
And you're like, ugh.
Most notably, Frogger the Great Quest. Maybe I should play that one someday and show it off.
That'll be fun. Play a shitty Frogger game.
Yeah, I mean, I still get some warm fuzzies a little bit from it.
Oh yeah, no, of
but
course.
but like compared to most games I have warm fuzzies that I revisit, that one dropped off some of the most. Like
Yeah,
even Spyro Enter the Dragonfly I can enjoy more out of than that one. Because at least Enter the Dragonfly's got great music and the themes are cool, even if it's buggy as hell. So what good games are coming up on the horizon at this point? Elden Ring comes out.
Elden Ring,
right?
Elden Ring, hell yeah! No, I'm excited for Elden Ring. Looking forward to that one. That one might be a day one purchase. That one's end of next month, I think, like February 20
something.
something.
I didn't even realize.
Yeah, no, it's coming up. It was supposed to come out this month, but I think they delayed it for like some like technical improvements for about a month, and it should come out next month. I'm definitely gonna nab myself a PS5 copy of that and play that. Hopefully day one, or at least close to, depending on my financial situation.
Right.
Being out of work from being sick for so long certainly is not helping things at all.
Yeah.
So, but...
Yeah, do we have any... We don't have any, like, release date for Breath of the Wild 2, right?
No, still nothing.
that
We don't
one...
even I still don't even think we have a title either, so...
I'm so looking forward to that, and, like, it feels like it's been in development forever. Okay, let's use this antidote.
Yikes. A level 26 Bellsprout? Jeez.
That's another thing, is like there's like not like I can't really find much that's much higher level than this, so this is pretty much the best place to grind at this point. There's some Pokemons
like
in the
it.
early 30s though, so that helps. But I've played a little bit of Pokemon Brilliant Diamond, and I've played a little
Impressions?
Impressions.
Oh. Sorry to cut you off.
It's interesting how closely it's following Diamond. It's kind of really cool to see like cool shaders and stuff on those areas that I like, but it's also really weird how much it follows the original
Nothing
look.
has changed.
Yeah, it's weird and interesting how slavish it follows, and I'm thinking maybe it would have been better if they did something more like Omega Ruby, where it's like the spirit is kept, but it's like really trying to modernize it, especially what they can do now with Switch Pokemon. But so far I'm liking it.
That's good.
But what I've really enjoyed so far that I started was Metroid Dread. I've never really played much Metroid, so that's been interesting to get into. And the Emmy robots are like genuinely terrifying and hard to deal with. Like,
so I hear.
It's like I got killed so many times. You have to be very careful, and when you're caught, like you have to scramble. Like it's no joke.
Yeah, no, I have my friend Andrew, who's like my resident Metroid super fan. Obviously got it right when it came out, and I think he's probably like fully completed it at this point. But yeah, no, he was talking about like how freaky it could be sometimes, and No, it seems really cool.
Yeah, I
I don't know
never
if I
really
want to
played
try.
much of the franchise, so I thought I'm glad I got it. It's like a good opportunity for me to get a little more familiar with that style.
Yeah, no, because I'm kind of in a similar boat. I haven't played a whole lot of Metroid. I played Super Metroid. I finished that, and I think that's about it. I have Prime on the GameCube, but
I played like
um,
2 hours of Prime, and the controls were very weird for me, but I really want to revisit that. It looks really cool.
I could o- I could only imagine like a shooter on the GameCube would feel a little weird.
Well, it's like it's not like twin stick like Halo. It's like more like
It
uh
looks like GoldenEye, kind of how it
yeah,
controls and how I see the guns kind of like wave around with the crosshair and stuff. It's like
which
it
I'm
reminds me a
not
lot
as
of GoldenEye.
fond with that original movement style. It's tricky for me to get used to. But one thing with Metroid Prime in particular is like compared to Halo, it seems less like a first-person shooter and much more exploratory and like like a very different vibe. So I do really want to check them out again sometime because they look really interesting. Oh, one game I'm looking forward to comes on my birthday, Arceus Legends. That looks
Ooh,
very
yeah.
interesting. Looks like the kind of modernization that Pokemon could use. Trying some new things out. I've noted some people point out like complaints about like not pushing graphical fidelity and stuff, but I think it's at least going for more style than Sword and Shield did. So
Yeah.
even
I
if
mean, like,
like some people were saying, oh, like this is like GameCube level models. Well, I don't think it's GameCube level lighting and shading, but like it could be better, probably, especially considering it's Game Freak. I definitely agree with some of the sentiments that they could do better, but also looks pretty fun. My biggest problem was the Dexit stuff, and I know like some people have arguments about like logistics. I think is what makes a little more sense, like oh balancing like meta or whatever. But like when it comes to like if they wanted to do it, they could totally do it. They have more money. They get more money than Red Dead Redemption 2, making its like horse pooping like dynamic stuff. Like they can totally like bring in some models, either use upscale textures or just make some new ones, make some animations. I think it's within their grasp. I like one thing is they put out games so quickly. Like I think that's part of it. Like I feel like generations go by too fast these days. And truth be told, the generations themselves aren't probably that much quicker than the original generations were. It's just that the first ones came out in a time when so much was happening in the video game industry that it's like you don't need to iterate as quickly these days.
yeah.
Because it's like Super Mario 64 to Melee is like 5 years, but like now it's like 5 years was Odyssey, and that's like not as huge of a change between now and then. It's nice we're getting some level 30 plus Pokemon.
Ugh. Ugh. Oh god, I feel like shit. Ugh.
Feel free to switch to text chat if you if you want to at any time.
Yeah. No, like I'm okay. Like I'm okay like talking. I just
It just can't be helped.
I can't be helped. Oh, I just feel awful. It's my stomach mainly. That's the thing that's
Hmm.
really been killing me. Oh, it's awful. Ugh. Thankfully, I've been able to mute myself during most of the dry heaving, so.
Nice.
Ugh. 6 streams are great.
I watched a video earlier today by, I think the channel used to be called Tamashi Hiroka, but now they're like Tamahiro or something. And it was about Pokemon Red and Blue, going into some stuff that I had never really thought about or heard articulated as well, about like some of the theming of Gen 1. Because I had recently learned a little bit more. So I knew that as a kid, the creator of Pokemon loved bug catching. But I've only learned more recently that in the 80s, like a little bit more to the story, that in the 80s he started seeing a lot of those places he used to explore get urbanized and like concerned about, well, some of these kids aren't able to have the connection to nature that I was able to have. And so with Pokemon, he kind of wanted to spark that sense of adventure and connection to the world for those who might not be able to as easily do it themselves. And building on top of that, the video was talking about how a theme of this game, of this generation, seems to be the stuff left behind by modernization. And the way they put it was like really fascinating to me, why I hadn't thought about some of it sooner. Because like I feel like this region is one of the more traditional feeling. Like a lot of the later gens tend to have a more modernist feel, but there's like, especially in the anime and stuff, there's like a lot of like roughing it out on their own. And there's like a lot of like mountainous environments, a lot of very interesting wild areas, and stuff. Some of the stuff they were going into with like in the earlier part of the game, a lot of the Pokemon you face are a lot more natural and like more basic in their design, and then more man-made elements get introduced like the further in you get. And of course, the capstone of that would be Mewtwo, which is like an entirely man-made Pokemon. And they brought up like the Snorlax blocking the path is kind of like a creature pushed out of its habitat, and like just like a lot of like little touches where I'm like, oh wow, that is kind of a theme, right? And it's not so much that like modernization is bad, but just like the inevitability that certain stuff gets left behind, and the need to consider that, which I thought was very interesting, that I hadn't really appreciated that aspect.
Oh, I've never heard of that before. That's
yeah,
really cool.
Yeah, it kind of impressed me too. I was like, huh, that's very interesting. And they were like, really... did you want to continue? Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna quickly say, it's really cool to kind of learn about a lot of the humble beginnings of stuff like, Pokemon, which again, I think is it still the most profitable entertainment IP?
I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it's just so massive that it is.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. And I think this is they have other videos elaborating on themes in other Pokemon games that they were like briefly referencing in the video I saw, where they were like referencing that I guess they thought that Hoenn, like part of the theme was resources, and then Diamond and Pearl, like they briefly mentioned, was like balancing themes of spirituality and tradition in the face of modern technology and society. And I was like, whoa, maybe there was more to these Pokemon games, like thematically, that I didn't even realize.
Yeah. No, it's
because obviously it's not cool. Like really deep plots,
Well, yeah.
But like, but that's one of the thing is like, theming doesn't need to be like really deep narratively to still like make good points and like, and like stick with you. Like even if it's not like some groundbreaking story, you can still do tons of interesting things with theming.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Thunderwave. Is that a good one to have? I don't think we really need.
Thunderwave.
I don't
Yeah,
think we really need tackle anymore, right? Because Sonic Boom, I think, is normal, so yeah, let's just get
Yeah,
rid of
I mean,
tackle.
having a direct, basically guaranteed paralysis would probably be good to keep on hand.
Yeah, and stats are interesting in this gen. I think they have like additional side effects that make them pretty useful. Okay. I apologize, this part is such a grind fest, but I don't think it can really be helped in a Nuzlocke situation, which is...
Not really, no.
But, and here's the thing, it's like, I think, from what I've seen, this is considered like a bottom tier game to Nuzlocke. But it's like kind of the pattern that I want to do going forward as I go through these gens, you know. Do the normal run, do the wacko run, and then test yourself with the Nuzlocke run. So when we get to like Gen 3 through 5, that's going to be like seemingly some of the more prime stuff to go through. But yeah. I bet Let's Go, Eevee, and Pikachu are going to be very interesting when I get to that. Those games look very bizarre.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how a Nuzlocke would work for that.
Yeah.
At all.
I think because there's only 2, I would do normal run 1 and then Nuzlocke the other. But like that game in general seems like it. Like I haven't played it, but it seems pretty babified. Like not trying to be like a reactionary gamer or anything. It just genuinely, I'm like, I don't know.
The baby game.
For real, it's like you like catch Pokemon Go style, and like
weird.
And I think you get like more experience from like catching than battling. Like
that's
I don't know.
Weird.
It looks very bizarre.
I really wouldn't know what to make of that. That's so strange.
It's very bizarre. Okay, let's.
So if you're getting more XP from catching and stuff, and when you have the Nuzlocke rules, generally it's like you can only catch a Pokemon per route. Well, that set you up for a pretty rough playthrough.
Well, I saw a video, and I don't remember all the details, but someone did a Let's Go Nuzlocke, and they were like, yeah, because of the nature of this game, it made it really weird and hard to really grind. Which is
I can
very
only
interesting.
imagine.
Okay. My Dodrio was pretty lagging in the team for a while, but I'm pretty sure all of Koga's Pokemon are in the Venonat line, so it'll be a useful backup for Hypno, so it's gonna be worth all the attempt to try to bring it up to the front. But like I said, I think what we're in is a bit of a grind pit, especially if we want to, you know, not risk a wipe in a Nuzlocke. Once I reach around 50, once I beat Sabrina, I think it's gonna go, we're gonna make a lot more quick progress in some of the surf routes and preparing for Blaine. I think it's gonna go quicker from there. I think we probably won't need to do as much grinding once we beat Sabrina until like the Elite Four. I think from that point on we should be pretty good. Switch to ICP.
Oh man.
I forget. Have you had a chance to see The Matrix Resurrections yet?
No. I've been thinking about rewatching all of them before I go watch the new one.
I think that'd be a pretty good idea to do.
Yeah, because I've heard a lot of people say like, oh, there's some like interesting callbacks and like there's some references to things, and I hear that bring up stuff from like the Animatrix. So I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
geez.
so
Like I should really rewatch these before, because it's been years, and I feel like I would enjoy it more if I had greater, like if I had stuff refreshed before I checked it out.
yeah, I primarily the movie's mainly about Lana and like her relationship to what the Matrix is and what it's become and what it means to her. But there are plenty of those touches where if you can make the time, it'd probably be best to see the movies beforehand to have it fresh in your memory. Like, apparently most of my friends haven't seen the Gremlins 2, so they don't understand when I say it, but it has major Gremlins 2 energy.
Gremlins 2 is based as fuck, so
yes, it is.
If you haven't watched it, people watch it.
I know,
so
I'm so surprised so many of
So
my friends
good.
hadn't seen it.
It's so funny. I was talking with my girlfriend about the Matrix movie because I told her, it's like, yeah, people say it has like major like Gremlins 2 energy or whatever, and,
Yep.
and she's like, oh, I hate Gremlins 2. I'm like, what?
Oh no.
Are you kidding me? No.
That's a strike.
Strike 1 doesn't like Gremlins 2. No. Nah, that's funny.
kidding.
I was like, oh man. I love that movie, but I get it. But I used to not like Gremlins 2, but when I watched it again, the last time I did, I was like, this is genius. Like, this is so great. I love this.
It's
so stupid.
It's very interesting where you find just the right spot where your tastes divert from like the consensus. Like, so for instance, me and my friends, we actually really enjoy the Matrix sequels. We're like, these are solid. They're not as great as the original, but we like these. But like, one I haven't seen that I get the feeling might be like that for me is Looney Tunes Back in Action, because it's by Joe Dante. Like,
yes.
You cannot get a more Looney Tunes director. Like, I've got to see that. Like, are you kidding me? He gets to make a Looney Tunes movie? Like, oh, I definitely have to see that at some point.
Yeah, there's some, like, from what I remember, there's some really great moments in that movie, and some really fun, like, kind of Dante-isms, but
I've seen a lot of little bits, so like I don't know like how the whole thing comes together, but I've seen a lot of little bits that I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna enjoy that.
Yeah, no, it has its moments. I haven't seen it in a long while, but I remember last time I watched it, I still wasn't the biggest fan of it, but it's, again, it has its moments, and it has some really, like, great bits in there.
Yeah, I just know I have to see that at some point.
Oh yeah, you have to. I think it's something that, at least in certain parts, I think you would really enjoy it. So yeah.
I haven't been great at keeping up with, ever since the pandemic happened. Like, my ability to keep up with modern media releases has just plummeted. I barely listen to albums from 2020 or 2021. Haven't seen a ton of new movies, but honestly, there weren't that many that were notable. I did do some catch up though during the holiday season, because I saw Matrix Resurrections, I saw West Side Story with my dad, which was really good, and I saw Licorice Pizza, which was really good.
Oh yeah, I need to see both of those. I haven't seen either West Side Story or
I recommend both.
Pizza.
I would say see Licorice Pizza first, but West Side Story was really good.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely more excited to check out the PTA film than than.
Alana better get nominated for an Oscar, or I'm gonna be pretty disappointed, because she was incredible. There's one shot from the trailer that I don't think made it into the movie. I could be forgetting, But and it's a shame because it was like my favorite shot from the trailer. It's where Bradley Cooper's smashing the cars with the hammer. I don't think that happened in the movie. Like, I think it might have gotten cut, but I could be wrong, and just like maybe my eyelids were closed a little too much for a few seconds and I missed it. I don't know.
Yeah, no, again, I don't know.
But
I mean,
he was incredible in that movie too.
Yeah, I looked up the cast for that just recently. I went on to Letterboxd and I was like, I'm curious who's all in this movie, and I was like, holy shit, that's a cast. Like,
yeah,
damn,
it's a pretty stellar cast.
Yeah, I have had a big problem though, like, because you talk about like having troubles keeping up with modern releases, and I've certainly, I can echo very similar sentiments. Besides, like, keeping up on games, and I recently kind of forced myself to really try and keep up with music. I've had a pretty hard time with that, especially movies. Like, if there's one thing that really fell off for me through the pandemic, it was film, really. And kind of sad, but I don't know. It kind of sparked back a little bit, like when I started successfully dating again. I would bring over movies, and girlfriend would show me movies, and we definitely have those those days where we will just like sit around and just watch movies and stuff, which is really fun. But besides that, I don't know. I haven't really had that push. Like, I forced myself to go to the theater a couple weeks ago, I think, at this point, to go see Spider-Man. So, but yeah, that's like really about it.
Right. For me, it's definitely been new music, like new albums, because especially because part of what encouraged me to do that was like new concerts and stuff, and I just well, that's not really very stable right now.
Yeah. I went to that JPEG Mafia show.
Ooh, nice.
I think it was about like a month or so ago, but even after that, I was kind of thinking to myself, like, oh man, is this really worth the risk again in the future right now? And especially with the Omicron surge going on, I'm like, well, I really wanted to go see this like metal band that I really love that were coming at the end of the month, but it's like at this point, like, it's not gonna happen, man. Like, I can't, like, I'm not gonna risk it. I love these guys, but I'm not gonna kill myself over some death metal. Sorry.
Dying for death metal.
Yeah, some cattle decap, baby.
you see those that a million cases a day, and it's like oh, but China's the one that's at what cost? Did you see the headline where it's did you see the headline where it's Chinese citizens in lockdown forced to subsist on deliveries of vegetables, and it's like a whole bunch of the people in the comments were like, Americans hate vegetables so much that they view it as tyranny.
Oh my lord. Oh, hell.
Insane.
It is.
At what cost for not dying 800,000 people? Like,
yeah. No, but my freedoms, dude. My freedoms.
If that's what you think freedoms are, your freedoms suck ass.
Yeah. Oh, agreed. But my freedoms. I should be able to go to a Denny's and cough on the waitress anytime I want to. What is this? This tyranny.
Freedom is just freedom to consume in America.
Yeah, that it is.
And freedom to be waited on. Like, I want my hair cut. I want someone to be there at Baskin Robbins to take my order.
Yeah, just disgusting. Oh, did you hear though? That like apparently it was like what 4.5 million Americans apparently like quit their jobs in November alone.
Whoa.
So, hell yeah.
Well, it seems like people are getting pretty fed up. In fact, I saw some conjecture on Twitter that someone believes that, you know how they talk about like, oh, no one wants to work. they've conjectured that a lot of openings that have been posted are not really meant to be filled, and were partially connected towards getting loan money from like the government. Like, oh yeah, we're putting these openings up, but it's like a lot of places you ask and people are like, yeah, I'm still getting turned down for job offers. Like if it's like so like people don't want to work, then it should be so easy. But some people are getting rejected a lot of places, so they've conjectured.
That's so strange.
And I mean, if you look at some of the requirements for like some places where it's like,
oh hell yeah,
yeah, you need a master's for such and such, and
18
like,
an hour.
yeah, it's like
yeah,
that seems like it could be the case. Like honestly, like, I mean, because before the pandemic, sometimes they'd put requirements that are too high just to make some people give up. Like, and it's like not actually in line. So I wouldn't be surprised if they were trying to do some level of social engineering or just trying to get certain things. Oh, one thing people pointed out is like places like McDonald's were like trying to advertise certain benefits. Some people conjectured that I think it is to be on unemployment you have to like have like on some situation with unemployment you have to like not be looking for a job, so they basically like trick people into a certain situation by false advertising where it's like, oh, now you're not going to get certain types of unemployment because you did look for a job offer, so like now that's going to get cut and force you to accept a job or stuff like that.
Bloody hell. Yeah, and then especially with all the, you know, the hyperinflation and all that shit going on as well, I can't imagine that, you know, that's really, you know, going over well for a lot of people too.
Yeah, it's
God,
pretty uncharted territory. Like
it's pretty bleak right now. I'm gonna be honest.
I love the one reporter who was asking Biden a few months ago if Christmas presents would come on time, like he's Santa Claus. Oh man,
hard-hitting journalism. Thank you. Will I get my Christmas presents?
It's like a scene from a kid's movie. We just don't know if Santa will pull through.
Yeah, that would make sense if that reporter was a kid asking the president, but you know.
There was one clip I saw once where someone was asking one of Tom Hanks' sons some questions, and people were pointing out that he sounded exactly like Grover from Sesame Street. And what? So like they were like posting pictures of the reporter. It's just like Grover dressed up like a reporter. It's just the funniest thing.
Oh my hell. I need to find that. That's hilarious.
It was so good. I can't imitate the voice, but it sounded just like Grover. It's funny stuff.
Oh, it is.
I think I sent you a message about this, but my family was watching that HBO the Wizarding World 20-year anniversary.
Oh,
where like they were purposefully downplaying J.K. Rowling's involvement and only used clips of her from 2019.
Nice.
And I've talked with friends about how you can see very problematic aspects of J.K. Rowling's ideology in the books. Like, aside from her as a person, it's infected parts of the books, and the world building's actually not that sound, and, like, there's issues, but, like, man, when it was showing clips of the movies, I was like, these are cinematic in ways that Marvel movies just generally aren't. Moments where like Harry's holding his wand, like fighting off the Dementors. These are movies. Like,
oh yeah,
they feel like movies. Shots. As problematic as they are and not perfect as they are, like it's a way higher caliber of filmmaking than
Yeah, you can sense a little more like passion and
and
I don't know,
craft.
craftsmanship behind the
Yeah.
filmmaking there, besides the, you know, design by committee stuff that largely infects the Marvel scene.
Yeah. And like it just like really put in perspective for me like how much of a problem Marvel movies being more like content rather than like crafted film is just see how the last big decade defining cultural event was like just way more in tune with that whole world, whereas like Marvel is like, yeah, we film it, yeah, we put effects, but it's just like it just feels like so divorced from that.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't know. It
And it's
feels.
entertaining, like I enjoy them, but like it's just like
Yeah,
does not feel like cinematic.
yeah. Like I saw, like I can kind of echo a lot of those complaints with the new Spider-Man movie. I know that, like, I don't know. Spider-Man's untouchable, I guess, to people, and like, don't get me wrong, I love Spider-Man too, and I thought that No Way Home was okay, but yeah, I know, I don't know, I miss like a lot of, you know, more interesting cinematic elements that I feel are more missing. I think they're a little more prevalent in this one than a lot of the other, you know, MCU schlock, but I don't know,
And
I still feel that.
I think it's not just like who they get on. I think
It's producers.
Disney's touch is like because people were posting that the new Doctor Strange trailer came out, and people are like, "Where's the Raimi? Like this doesn't feel like Raimi." And um, I was reading up reviews on Jungle Cruise because before I put my rating, I like to read what other people reviewed first. Like I usually know what my rating is already, but like I just like to check in case there's things I missed. So like people are talking about. I haven't seen any of the other movies the guy did, but apparently he's done some movies that people think are pretty good for blockbuster fare. But like people are saying like as soon as like it got to Disney, like that touch just goes out the window. Like for most of these projects.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen a ton of Raimi besides the Evil Dead movies and Spider-Man trilogy, but I think, like, again, like the little bit I've seen still, you know, he still has a very distinctive touch. Raimi,
Yeah.
he's a filmmaker, you know. There's personality,
And talking
there's
beyond just his touches, but like going back to the idea of how movies used to feel more cinematic, um, New York in the Spider-Man Raimi movies is like so baked into the atmosphere,
oh
and in
yeah.
Homecoming, it's so incidental. It
Mm-hmm.
could be any city with a place where there's, you know, a little more like working class and a part that's a little more upper class
That's
and
the same. Like, I feel the same about the newest one too. It's, you know, that I agree that that's something I would replicate. You know, I would say that it's a replicated issue in the new one too. Besides, like, a scene that takes place at, you know, the Statue of Liberty. Like, that's it.
yeah,
Like,
and it's not just like, oh, you have like a New Yorker extras like you got to go through him, you got to go through me. It's just like it's the subtlest things. It feels like the location, like
yeah, it
because
feels
I've
like
lived there. Like it
yeah,
feels so like even Aunt May's home. Like I've been to houses in New Jersey that feel like Aunt May's home in Spider-Man the Raimi version. It's just something about it where they just like they must have had really great location scouts or something. They just knew how to make it feel like the place.
yeah. No, I agree. No, definitely. Yeah, I don't know. There's a certain charm I feel that's missing from uh again from these like newer Spider-Man movies that don't feel nearly as distinctly air quotes New York as other ones. Now, I've never been to New York, but the thing is, like, when I feel like I watch the Raimi ones, like, I feel like I get a more down to earth perspective and really get more time on the streets
Yeah.
and can kind of absorb more of that, unique atmosphere there. But then in these, newer ones, it feels like, we're so rushed from one thing to the next and more concerned about being an event film than
And
anything else. You don't get a lot of that personality.
Yeah, that kind of hits on something that I realized recently as well. Is hero movies these days don't focus as much on actually being heroic. Because, like, if you compare, like, the earliest ones, like Superman, or even the Raimi Spider-Man movies, there's a lot of time focused on, oh, he saves one person. But, like, and, maybe this is partially based on where the priorities are, but, like, in an MCU movie like Infinity War, there's a lot less focus on this individual person needs to be saved, and it feels more like Ubermensch competing with each other, which is not on its own inherently bad. I mean, that's kind of what Dragon Ball Z is, right? But, like, it's not, but it turns superheroes into something different, where it's just like these impressive beings we see duke it out, rather than a little bit more of a connection to actually saving people. And I think you can really feel this in the Marvel Spider-Man. I've only seen Homecoming. I haven't seen the other two, but, like, there's some instances of, like, saving people, but what takes up a lot more of our mind is the connection to Tony Stark. That's way bigger in the plot's priorities than helping the guy with his deli. Like,
yeah.
And I think it's just very different priorities. And, like, in Raimi, like, oh, saving a woman from a burning building is, like, a big deal.
Yeah, definitely. I think No Way Home does that a little better. There's a few, kind of like, hey, we have to save one person kind of things, and kind of builds a little more impact there. But I feel like those moments are a little more few and far between, because then it does also kind of feel like it is just a bunch of Ubermensch just kind of beating the piss out of each other and seeing what goes there. And, again, that has its moments, and there's some good bits there. The third act, I think, has some pretty good highlights. But, yeah, no, I definitely see where you're coming from, and I'm kind of playing back a lot of the MCU in my head. It's like, yeah, it just feels a lot more like that, which nothing inherently wrong with it, but it's I don't know, I feel like we lost something in our corny comic book movies.
And and it's not heroic. It's because, like, it's more abstract. Like, yeah, they are saving people's lives, but you get far less scenes where that is more directly happening. Where that was
to see the people that are being saved, really.
Yeah, and it was a huge part of Raimi's movies. Like, was the people being saved. Okay, looks like we're gonna run ads in a couple minutes. So, just a reminder to our Twitch viewers that subscribers will not receive any ads. I don't want to lock my content behind a paywall. I want everyone to be able to enjoy it. But for those who do feel willing to contribute, it's greatly appreciated. Oh, did we just get a alert?
Oh, yep, you got a raid of 3.
Oh, nice. Thanks for the raid. Okay, so, yeah, like I was saying, ads are gonna run automatically in just a few minutes. So, subscribers will not receive any ads. I don't want people to feel like they have to pay to enjoy my content. But for those who do feel willing to contribute, it's greatly appreciated. Even small donations are worth a lot more than ad revenue, and I hope to put whatever I do get towards making this channel better. As a way of showing appreciation to anyone who does feel willing to contribute, whoever donates the most, cheers the most, and gifts the most subs, by the time I finish this Pokemon Yellow Nuzlocke series, will be able to nominate a future stream. So if you want to pick something I do on this channel, feel free to shoot for being number 1 in one of those categories. So those will automatically run in just a few minutes, just so you guys have a heads up. Okay, let's go grind up Rango a little more. And something else I wanted to add is, because, like, now a lot of the modern influence for why these movies are the way they are is Disney.
Yeah.
But, like, Disney used to be better at this. Because, like, I had my Speed Racer review where I've been talking about how I really feel the 2000s were not properly appreciated of a certain breed of blockbuster. And Disney's a part of that. Gore Verbinski and his Pirates of the Caribbean movies, as you know, rickety as they can be, like, they're visionary, and you can tell he's got passion and craft and drive, like, in a way that is
first two,
in a way that's just missing from a lot of, because, like, I saw Jungle Cruise, and it's like a pale imitation of Pirates of the Caribbean, but, like, the like, Davy Jones, I've been talking about this a lot with my friends, is what's happened with VFX in Hollywood is it reached a point, and I kind of feel some similar things have happened in gaming. Not as bad, but there was a lot of progress being made, but more important, a lot of progress was made in how to do something cheap and quick. So what we have happened in VFX in Hollywood in the past decade is, because movies get pumped out so much, we have not really gone past, like, the late 2000s in terms of quality of CGI overall.
Cough, cough, Black Panther.
Yeah, because what's happened,
so many ugly shots in that movie,
is they're trying to rush it. They're treating these VFX employees like crap.
Yep.
And they're rushing it, trying to do it cheap and quick. So even though our computers and technology have gotten better since then, we have not really gotten past, like, Davy Jones and Neytiri, because the craft was so high for those, and now we like churn out.
Davy Jones looks so good in those.
There's a shot of him in the sun that looks unbelievable. Skin is so hard to do because, like, light interacts with skin in such a weird way where it can skin can look really bad.
Oh my god.
Davy Jones' material is, like, unbelievably good looking. Like, I feel like it really shines the most in the daytime shots, because the nighttime shots, I think it's easier to fake some of that stuff, but, like, you see the real deal when the sun's going, and it's like, oh my god, this looks amazing.
Not to be still hung up about No Way Home, but you talking about that made me remember. So Lizard is in No Way Home from the Amazing Spider-Man 1, I think. Yeah. And the funny thing is, like, he's just CG, like, the whole time, of course, but, like, he's almost always obscured by shadows. Like, always. And, like, I get it, it makes sense, like, to some degree, but it's also, like, so obvious that it's, like, trying to go with the easiest and fastest route that they possibly could, because, like, that character really doesn't have much to do in the movie, and they literally tuck him away in parts of the movie. They're like, oh yeah, no, he's just waiting in the car or something like that. Okay, just so that they don't have to animate him in light or whatever. It's so obvious, and God, it's so funny. But
I've
you
been
talking
thinking
about that, like, sparked that in my head. It's like, yeah, no, that happened.
Yeah, I remember there was one, I think it was in a magazine, there was a shot of Spider-Man that just looked really bad. Like, he looked, like, his materials looked, like, really not fitting. It's like a shot of him, like, jogging and, like, Doc Ock's in the background. But
yeah, that one. I remember that shot. That was so funny when they released that promotional image, and then, like, people, like, tried to make it a meme or something. It's like, no, like, it's not like a funny meme format. This is just a bad screenshot of a movie.
Yeah, I kind of get the feeling that part of the reason, because, like, me personally, I think Revenge of the Sith has some of the most well choreographed dense CGI ever. Like, I could point to certain shots and stuff. Like, one of my favorite examples is where General Grievous falls onto the ground, scuttles over, and perfectly in view comes the bike. That's just such great choreography. Because, like,
it's so good.
People, like, claimed, oh, there's CGI messes, but there is some real good, like, direction in where things are going. Like,
I agree.
Like, and I feel like you can see that when you compare, like, fight scenes in, like, what's the one, Age of Ultron, like, where there's just, like, a whole bunch of stuff going on, or like the so Chitauri ugly. In the Avengers, like, where they're just so drab and not well choreographed in parts. And, like, I kind of get the feeling like part of the reason some of the choreography has gotten so messy and unfocused in some CGI movies is it probably makes it easier to cheat on how good things look. Because, like, I haven't gone through frame by frame on some of these scenes, but I get the feeling that would probably be a good way to hide stuff. Because, like, there was the one Every Frame Painting video I saw where they were comparing Jackie Chan's choreography to a fight in Guardians of the Galaxy. And it's like Guardians of the Galaxy, they cut right when a hit is so that they can make it easier to fake, like the fight moves. But, like, Jackie Chan, it's, like, wide open. You can clearly see everything. Like, no hiding the mistakes. And I kind of get the feeling something similar might be done on, like, these messy CGI action scenes where they're kind of using the chaos to mask, like, the quality of it. Like, maybe if it was more focused, like, it'd be a little more irksome. That's just a theory I have as something that some of these studios might be trying to do.
I mean, it's certainly plausible.
You want to know...
Again, it's all about trying to produce things as cheaply and efficiently as possible. It's, you know, so you can maximize your profit returns. That's...
Yeah, you want to know one of what I think was one of the better attempts to recapture what was done in that digital golden age in more recent years? Aquaman. Aquaman has some real... There's a shot where they're descending into the ocean that looks like a goddamn painting. Like, it's unbelievably gorgeous. And it's goofy as hell movie. But, like, the finale genuinely felt really epic. That's probably some of the better CGI maximalism of the 2010s, in my opinion. Of course, there's Fury Road as well, but, like...
Oh, yeah.
I mention Aquaman because I feel like people probably haven't paid as much attention to that one, but... and it's James Wan, who is a really talented director. Did you see Malignant?
No, I did not.
Okay. A lot of people were split on Malignant. I loved Malignant. Malignant was awesome. And that was, once again, James Wan.
Yeah, I knew that Wan handled it. I just... Yeah, I again, like that whole movie thing, I hadn't had the chance to check it out yet.
Yeah. But I recommend checking it out, because I know some people are, like, split on it, you know? So, my personally, I'm pro Malignant. I think it's a really fun movie. But yeah, like, I have a friend who got really into James Wan this year, so they kind of showed me some more of his stuff. And he can do some really kinetic stuff. I haven't seen his Fast and Furious movies, but, like...
I really should, yeah.
I want to go through the franchise. I haven't seen any of them, so...
Neither have I.
But, there's one scene in Aquaman where they're, like, fighting inside a house that's pretty early on, and the camera work is just unbelievable. He is talented. It's probably one of the best young blockbuster auteurs we have at this point. You check out any older movies in your, like, backlog or anything recently?
Let me look, because I watched again, like all the stuff I've watched recently, I've been with, been with somebody else as I have. But I watched. Oh, I finally watched Jennifer's Body.
Oh, I need to see that one because
That
I
was
hear that
really
one
good. I
is
liked
like a
it.
cult classic, like
It
a
is,
modern one.
yeah. Oh, it's good. I was genuinely surprised and continuously entertained with it. It's very goofy, does not take itself seriously. It's kind of like a semi-parody of like high school horror movies, but also kind of pulls its own thing as well with its again like reanimated corpse kind of narrative. It's really cool. I yeah, it was really enjoyable.
Yeah, I'll have to check that one out sometime.
I watched that the day after my girlfriend showed me Howl's Moving Castle for the first time.
Ooh, what did you think of that?
Overrated, but
But did you
still,
like it?
yeah, it was good.
That's kind of how I feel, because it bothered me that so many people put it as one of their favorites.
It's
I
not even
think
close.
I think more recently I came around to it more again. But yeah, there's like, okay, for me, I rewatched Castle in the Sky within the last year, and like
I haven't seen that one.
I already loved that one, but something clicked where I was like, this is like top 20 or something for me. Like I already knew I loved it, but it like everything clicked into place so much more. The music, the art, one of the best plot progressions ever in my opinion. Like it's like an adventure, like kind of slightly Indiana Jones-esque adventure involving kids with elements of mystery and fantasy, and the way it progresses is like so perfect to me. Like, oh, like I hit a point this year where I was just like, this isn't just like I really like this. This is just impeccable. That's my personal favorite of his, like even more than Princess Mononoke. That's my
Oh
number
yeah, speaking
two.
of which, I think today is his birthday as well. How
Oh,
Miyazaki's
really?
birthday's today. Yeah.
Wow. Happy birthday, Miyazaki. I had a period where, when I was little, we used to watch those movies so much that I kind of got a little tired of them. But like now, it's been so long since I was so tired of them that I'm like,
Yeah, you can go
really,
back to it now.
cause like, yeah, they like really took on with a lot of people. Like there's a temptation, like, oh, maybe it became overrated because like everyone dig into it. But when I revisit some of my favorite ones, I'm like, oh wow, what a master! Like, even ones that I wasn't as huge on as a kid, like My Neighbor Totoro, I appreciate a lot more now.
Oh yeah. No, I've always like really loved My Neighbor Totoro and uh My Neighbor Totoro and Spirited Away were always like the two favorite of mine among both of them. I still haven't seen a super ton of Miyazaki's work, but I'm working on it slowly but surely. But those two still definitely reign supreme for me overall.
My favorites to recommend, Castle in the Sky, Princess
And you see Kiki's.
Mononoke.
Oh no, yeah, I saw Princess Mononoke too. Dude, that one's so good.
That one is
Holy
really good.
Shit, that movie's so good.
I'd probably put third as Nausicaa, which I kind of waffled on. For a while, I was a little harder on it because it's kind of like a prototype of some of the stuff they do later on, but I think one of the things is I think it might have the best ending out of a Miyazaki movie. And then Kiki's. Those are probably like my top four.
Yeah, I know. I have a few of them on Blu-ray. I
Nice.
think I have Kiki's delivery service for sure. I believe I have that one. I should really get on that.
I have
Again, I hear nothing
Mononoke.
but great things. Oh yeah.
I have Mononoke on Blu-ray from G Kids. G Kids seems to be really like, I've got Perfect Blue from them as well, and I think they're
Same here.
the ones. I think they're the ones who just put out Evangelion Blu-ray at the end of last year, which I'm gonna be honest, I already have HD versions of them, but like that is so cool that someone finally did it.
Yeah, as the physical media slut that I am, I'm like,
Yeah,
oh, dude,
someone had
I
to
want
do it.
those. I want
I'm
those
so
Blu-rays.
glad they eventually happened. I might not be in the budget to get them myself quite yet, but
Yeah.
I'm so glad someone did that.
Oh hell yeah, I agree.
G kids are real ones.
Shout out to G Kids.
I think they do stuff like Secret of Kells and stuff too. Like they just seem to generally be into just distributing stuff that's non-American. Okay. We're making some progress on the grinding. We're getting there.
Hell yeah.
Just want to get more of my team up into the mid 40s before we start taking on trainers that are like level 50-ish.
I'm kind of curious because it's what I'm currently working on right now. I just booted up. I'm on handheld on my Switch. But have you tried out any of the Castlevania games before?
I played a little bit of Symphony of the Night when that was a time where there was a lot of like I was really nostalgic for, trying out new games at a friend's house. So when I had friends over, I'd be like, "Hey, how about we try one of my PlayStation games I got from a used game store, try it for a few hours, see what it's like." So I think I did a little bit of Symphony of the Night, and I don't think I've played any others.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, this is my first charge through a good chunk of the series myself. So yeah, no, it's an interesting series. Definitely one worth checking out. At least digitally speaking, you can get the anniversary collection for like super dirt cheap. I know on
Nice.
that winter sale that they had going, that was like what, $4, I think. Like, dang good price.
Nice.
But no, it's definitely worth it. Castlevania is a interesting series, definitely. I haven't gotten to any of the ones that sparked that Metroidvania, gameplay style. I think that started with Symphony of the Night anyway.
Yeah,
but
I think Symphony of the Night's the only one I own back here.
But yeah, no, they're certainly interesting. Really cool pieces of gaming history, even the not good ones.
Yeah, I get a little morbidly curious about like Castlevania 64. That one looks. I've heard it's really bad. I'm a little curious about it though.
I am curious too.
For some reason, I don't know. I just have such a soft spot for early 3D platformers. Like, I want to get
adorable.
I want to get to them all at some point. I want to check out Croc. I want to check out Glover. I want to check out Gex. Like, hell yeah. I just love early 3D platformers.
I saw the little fuzzies in the cages and thought to myself, that looked not so bad.
It's Croc, Mr. White. What's
your problem? I learned it from Croc.
I have no idea why I think it's so funny, but I love the bit where he's like, "There's over 7 realms," and he goes, "What? What?" And then he dies. It's just like the weirdest, like, fastest things happening in 5 seconds ever.
Oh, it's priceless. It's so freaking funny.
That game, not it itself, but its development was probably heavily responsible for influencing Super Mario 64.
I wouldn't doubt it, honestly.
Because it was going to be a Yoshi game. And
oh, really? I didn't know that.
And at first, Argonite helped make Star Fox. They also helped create the Super FX chip that helped do fake 3D effects on the Super Nintendo.
Huh.
And so they were interested in doing a Yoshi game. And they believe, like the people at Argonaut believe, they helped inspire some of what was done on Super Mario 64 by what they were prototyping with 3D. Because they wanted to do 3D Mario on Super Nintendo before realizing there's no way they could do it. So, like, just like the paths crossed, not Croc the actual game, but the prototype that eventually turned into Croc, likely held some influence on what Super Mario 64 ended up becoming. Also, Star Fox, and also, I think Ocarina of Time's got a similar engine, but I could be wrong. Just interesting little connection there.
Yeah, I never would have known. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's fascinating when you learn ways that games influenced other games. Like Earthbound, I think, had a big influence on Pokemon because a lot of, I think there was some crossover in staff in the earlier years. And also the more, like, modern aesthetic as opposed to, like, a fantasy environment. Okay, in a few minutes here, I'm probably gonna have to quickly pick up my sister, so what I'm going to do is I'm gonna put up a BRB screen, and you can stick around if you want. I'll be gone for just a little bit, and then,
I'll probably switch to my laptop if I can sit in my bed. I'm kind of tired of sitting up here. It's draining me.
With my current schedule, I'm probably gonna go till about 2.
Okay.
We'll have to see if it. We've had some bad snow this recently. I assume a lot of Utah has, but we got hit pretty bad. I'll have to see because I started seeing it start to snow a few hours ago. I'll have to see if I might get snowed in from work or something. My work is pretty lax when it comes to like oh, you're snowed in. You just like don't get paid because I'm not like really full time right now because I'm doing classes at the same time. So I've got a pretty small shift. So I'll have to see what the snow looks like. Maybe I'll be able to do more past 2, but we'll see. It all depends. So a movie that I hadn't given enough credit to that I rewatched fairly recently was The Godfather Part 1 and 2.
Oh.
I had not seen Part 2, but I had seen Part 1 years ago, and I didn't dislike it. I thought it was really good, but like it's like considered by many like the best movie of all time, and I didn't get that as much. But I've gotten a lot more into Coppola lately, and I feel like on a rewatch I appreciated it a lot more than I did as a younger viewer. A lot of the interesting things it does, especially as I've learned a little bit more about George Lucas and Coppola and their connection, and I've come to see some of their similarities as artists. Because they both tend to, they like to take, like with The Godfather especially, they like to take genres that were like more like campy genre material in their day and give it a lot more weight behind it. Like George Lucas did that with Star Wars, is basically turning old corny sci-fi into something a lot grander. Spielberg did that with the Swashbucklers with Indiana Jones, and Coppola basically did that with The Godfather with like the old gangster flicks of the 30s. I do still like Apocalypse Now more than The Godfather, though. That still remains. I think it's an incredible movie. Okay, let me fly back to heal some PP for Rango. Sure is a shame I lost my Pikachu forever ago in a
Oh,
freak explosion. I'm if I still decide to do what I was planning in Stadium, I'll like level him up and use him in Stadium anyway, but yeah, sure was unfortunate.
yeah. I was kind of looking here, like, yeah, you obviously don't have a Pikachu
Yeah.
in yellow. Where do you start which one? So it's like, curious.
Yeah.
Was this just a team balance thing? But it's like,
No, we lost it
hmm.
in a very dumb miscalculation as well.
That's usually what happens.
Yep. My Pika pal. So yeah, the original plan was before things got way off schedule, and I think I'll still do this, but I technically didn't entirely finish Stadium, and I was going to do it with the team that I get in this game. And then the goal would be to try to get Surfing Pikachu and do the Surfing Pikachu minigame. Maybe I won't bother with the Surfing Pikachu minigame at this point because of how much work it'll take, but I do want to finish Stadium at least because we didn't completely do all the cups. And Stadium is like honestly aged better than I thought. Like those battles are just fun to watch. They knew what they were doing on something that would really appeal at the time. Okay, at this point, I'm going to save and BRB so I can pick up my sister from the bus stop, which is nearby. So yeah, let me prepare that.
Oh, sounds good. I'm going to pop off here from my desk and just move over to my laptop.
Okay. Okay, let me prepare the BRB. Make that a better color.
Love big old BRB on the screen. I love it.
It's yeah. How do I change the color? I think I have to add a filter. Hold
Oh
on.
jeez, yeah. Don't ask me. I don't know.
Let me add a filter, color correction. Pretty garish, but it gets the point
There you go.
across.
Well, yeah, it does.
Okay. So I'm gonna leave that going so I don't have to end the stream or anything. So yeah, I will be back pretty soon. It's not far. And I left something going, so it's not just completely blank.
There you go.
All right. Okay. Be back soon.
All right, see you in a bit.
Hey, E, you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. So, let me bring that up. Okay, let me rename that. Okay. So, at max, I probably can go to about 2:15. It looks like. At that point,
Okay.
if the weather's permits, then I'll be taking my sister to work nearby, really close, and then head on my way to work.
Sounds good.
Okay, we're getting closer, inching our way towards being able to comfortably take on Koga. It looks like once again we're gonna have ads in a couple minutes, so just a reminder when those pop up for Twitch viewers that subscribers will not receive any ads. I don't want people to be paywalled. I don't want people to feel left out if they're not subscribing, but for those who do feel willing to contribute, it's greatly appreciated. Even small donations add up more easily than ad revenue. And as a way of showing appreciation to anyone who is willing to contribute, whoever donates the most, cheers the most, or gifts the most subs by the time I finish this Yellow Nuzlocke series will be able to nominate a future stream. So if you want to pick something I do on this channel, feel free to shoot for being number one in one of those categories. And yeah. So we'll leave that. Those will run in just a few minutes. And let's try to get our Pokemon leveled up so that they can take on Koga without the fear of being wiped out. So you're on your laptop now?
Yeah, I'm just laying in bed now.
Entering comfy mode.
I'm trying to.
As best you can.
Mm-hmm.
What does Homer say when he stays home from church? He's like, I'm a toasty cinnamon bun.
I'm just a big toasty cinnamon bun. That is one of my all-time favorite episodes, Homer the Heretic. That episode is so great.
That's a great one. I think there's an edit of Homer in that pose where it just says, comfortable.
That's the same episode with the everyone's stupid except me joke. Love that.
One of my favorite gags of all time, where he
God.
throws him on the mattress and he bounces right back in. He kills me.
Oh, it's so great. That episode is so funny.
That's
There's
a
so many good
classic right
gags.
there.
Oh yeah. That's should like try and like I need to finish more of like the early Simpsons period stuff and then try like I don't know, try and compile like 10 favorite episodes or something. Homer the Heretic would definitely be in that for sure.
Did you see the one insane video that YouTube recommends where it's the guy who watched and ranked every Simpsons episode?
Yeah, from LS Mark, I believe. I usually don't watch that guy's stuff, but he just did that with Family Guy too. I saw that pop up in my recommendations.
I don't think I'll see that one, but the Simpsons one was... especially because I like to do stuff while having casual YouTube stuff in the background, so that was something I was able to do other stuff while checking in on, okay, this is what he's talking about. Just kind of passively paying attention.
Mm-hmm. I have a lot of stuff like that, too. I like to watch and listen to.
Sometimes when I have busy work, I'll put on, whenever Oni Plays will do their complete series or best of.
Yeah, I do watch a lot of those.
Nice stuff in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think we might take on some more of the trainers in Sabrina's gym soon once I get Sandslash to like level 45. Did you do anything fun for New Year's?
Nope, nothing.
I didn't
I
do
haven't.
too much too spectacular, but we saw Speed Racer earlier in the day. I showed my family and they loved it. And then,
Nice.
and later, wasn't really sure what to do, so I just like watched a movie with with my sister and my mom. We saw she wanted to see Captain Fantastic, so we checked that out. It's a pretty solid movie.
Yeah, I was in the middle of a COVID scare, so I spent the evening by myself.
Right. We
Yeah.
had I think last year we weren't able to really have much of friends over cuz we had a round of sickness that could have been a second wave of COVID or something affecting some of us. So it's like, dang it, we can't have anyone over till like January. This sucks. What interesting times.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been pretty out of touch with new music lately, but what were some of the albums you liked the most from last year? Like some of the favorite artists putting stuff out. I think you really like JPEG Mafia's stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. LP was my album of the year, personally. That shit's so good.
I should check it out
Specific,
sometime.
yeah, specifically that offline version because there are some songs with uncleared samples and his label
Hmm.
didn't clear them. So,
Interesting.
the streaming version of the album has missing songs and replaced tracks with like some
Interesting.
older stuff, but the offline version has obviously everything in there. Unfortunately, obviously you can't make any money off of that, but
Right.
oh yeah, that offline version is real good. You can get it for free off of his Bandcamp, so
Nice.
I'd highly recommend it. It's so good.
Sweet.
Loved the Injury Reserve record. By the time I get to Phoenix, I loved that album. So good. The Lingua Ignota, Sinner Be Ready, or Sinner Get Ready was really good.
Have you been into
Those just
Taylor Swift stuff lately?
Yeah, I've been listening to it. I wouldn't say like I'm in love with a lot of it, but yeah, definitely. I listened to the Taylor's version of Red.
I've never been huge on Taylor Swift. Don't don't hate her either, but
Yeah, same
never
here.
really super appealed.
I liked Red. The redoing of Red. It was pretty good. Um, it has a lot of obviously a lot of the songwriting problems and stuff I had with Red previously are still there. It's a one-to-one remake of it essentially, but um, there's a lot of like the new additions into the track list and some little change ups that are pretty cool. That 10-minute version of All Too Well was really good. Really liked that. Easily that was the best, song off of the album. But yeah, no, it's not bad. But I'm still not like some massive Taylor Swift fan or anything. But
I'd give it an 8 out of 10.
Yeah, I gave it an 8 out of 10. I did listen to it took me a little bit to find more, but I listened to a lot of metal projects that came out the last year.
Hmm.
And I don't know, the metal scene is always really funny and interesting to me since that's one thing I follow a lot. And man, it's like for every like really really good project that's like wow, that's very forward thinking and interesting and dynamic, there's like 4 or so like paint by numbers really bland efforts out there to contrast.
You get
So
like what's that guy? Tom McDonald tier stuff.
no, not that bad. At least as as far as I got, I mean, it's not that cringe, but still not very good. Oh god, Tom McDonald, thanks for reminding me he existed. Ugh.
And then that one song, "Am I the Only One?" It's like I saw a Todd in the Shadows video on it. It's just like some former...
he did Todd in the Shadows did a Tom McDonald song?
No, he did "Am I the Only One?" Which is like I think a member of some former new metal band who's just turned into some pissed off Trump guy.
Oh yeah. I watched his I didn't watch the breakdown of that song specifically, but I watched his like worst songs of the year video. And he was talking about that track, and I was like, oh, this sounds horrid. What band was it? Was it Seether? I want to say it was Seether.
No, I think it was more like Trapped or something, or Stained or whatever. It was like a low tier.
Stained sounds... Seether isn't low tier. Just saying.
Compared to like we're talking the worst of the MAGA metal, like the absolute bottom.
Ugh, dude, I would probably put Seether down there too, man. Seether, in my opinion, is pretty shit.
Too much.
Nah, not good. I'd rather many better, even like butt rock bands than Seether.
Okay, let's.
But yeah, no, I mean, out of the metal projects, I found some cool stuff. Most of the like the really good stuff was pretty like progressive in nature. There was a really good black metal album that came out last year that was like, oh, I loved it. It was like an hour long, had like 3 tracks. Opening track was like a half hour long.
Nice.
I was like, shit, yeah, I'm in for this ride, baby. And it was like so like atmospheric and really well mixed. It's like really grungy and kind of like lo-fi in places, but still like, I don't know, has enough fidelity to really, I don't know, showcase a lot of interesting and unique instrumental palettes within it. It was really cool. Liked it.
Nice.
Trisagion from Ethereal Shroud. That's a project or a band I'm definitely keeping up on now. The Panopticon record that came out last year was another really good black metal album.
Nice.
Black metal was mainly like the stuff that actually did pretty good this past year, in my opinion. It's like almost everything else was just kind of bland, metal speaking. But I even heard some like decent emo stuff last year as well, like kind of screamo emo kind of stuff.
Interesting.
I was like, oh shit! I didn't know that this was still kind of around, and it's pretty good.
Nice. I haven't checked it all out yet, but Death's Dynamic Shroud put out a ton of albums. I guess they've got like an exclusive mixtape club subscription service where they've just been putting out tons of material. But
really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, so like a lot of their stuff hasn't been on Spotify because of that. But it seems like they put out one album in particular that is like one of the top 25 Rate Your Music albums of the year. So I need to check that one out. It's called Faith and Persona, I think. I need to check it out in full. It's gotten really Even Anthony Fantano really rated it highly.
Yeah, no, I heard it was really good. I haven't given it a listen myself. I'm still trying to be honest, man, I'm still trying to, process and still trying to like. I'll try living like this before I really move on to much other stuff from the project. I don't know. I'm having a hard time with that album. I don't know why, but
Interesting.
yeah, I mean,
Um,
because I love like vaporwave and vapor trap and all sorts of the other little spin-off genres and shit within that whole plunderphonics scene, but I don't know.
yeah, I personally really dig glitch pop kind of stuff. Really big fan of stuff that can combine the avant-garde with the pop in a very interesting combination.
Yeah, and like I guess like on paper, I suppose like I really love that too, and it's an intriguing concept. I don't know. I need to explore more of that
They've got a lot of
sound.
different styles too. Some of their older stuff is a little more conventional, and Virtual Utopia Experience is very pleasant. It's almost like he set out trying to make a kind of like a vapor folk album, and that's basically what he ended up with. There's a lot of acoustic instruments with like very serene synths in the background. Okay, that went well. Let's see. Okay, if I go this way, this should also be a new trainer.
Oh, I
Yeah?
just thought of something funny.
What?
So, obviously we talk a lot about like digital ownership and copyright, IP. We're obviously both very socialist about those uh, concepts. Yeah, what you think about NFTs, dude?
Man, I can't wait to prove I have the receipt for a monkey.
Oh god, I love it. It's so
I love all
stupid.
the memes where it's like, WTF? They put NFTs in SpongeBob, and
It's like
what's
gorilla
that
suit,
one?
dude.
What's that one Facebook group that's actually good? Drive Stranding? Is that what it's called?
Oh yeah, they change it kind of often, but yeah, it's the hard
There's
drives Facebook page.
someone took an NFT copy pasta, I assume, like being pro NFTs, and the picture below was just a bunch of, it was all the monkey Pokemon in that
Yeah, I remember
Bored
seeing
Ape
that.
style. So it's like Infernape and Apom.
That was so funny.
I just love the Ape Escape one I sent you. I was like, oh, it's perfect.
Oh, I loved
my
it.
I've lost my apes.
Yeah, my Twitter name is now All My Apes Escaped because of that.
I gambled my son's college money on an ape. Please help me get it back. It's like, that's on you, dude.
Yeah.
No one told you you had to gamble all your money on the ape.
Yeah, no, it's I can't stand this. It's so
Yeah.
insane.
I really quickly started to get a little fed up with the Wall Street bets type people when I realized,
Oh yeah.
when I started to realize essentially they basically were the proto NFT people. Like,
Yeah.
I mean they all talked about like apes together strong. Like, ugh, what an annoying mentality. It started out as like maybe something rebellious, and it was just like, oh, how could we get our next fix off of this thing? This thing.
Yeah, it's one grift to the next, and
Yeah.
NFTs are just this, new Cronenberg monster of a financial grift. It's
Which is why I love that Keanu Reeves was laughing about them in an interview.
yeah, it was so funny. Yeah. He made a joke. Basically made a right click joke. Like,
yeah.
I was like,
It's
hell
incredible.
yeah, King.
And then
Go off.
he was dunking on Zuckerberg. Is like, can we not have Facebook be the one that creates the metaverse? Great stuff. What a guy.
That's great.
Okay, if I go left. Okay. If I go left and then down, I think I should get out. Okay. Well, let's see. Okay, I think I'm gonna do a little bit more grinding.
Did you see? I guess this was on Twitter, but there's some guy who like drew a picture of his monkey NFT having sex with his dead wife's monkey NFT, and people were like really just going in on him on that, and he was having a meltdown about it. I want to say that was all staged and just a shit post, but there's a piece of me that like makes me think that like, oh god, this is like genuine.
Most well-adjusted NFT, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
And then there's what they like tried to make a cartoon. Some people made a cartoon out of their ape NFTs. And didn't it get picked up by like Apple TV or something like really
Oh god,
stupid?
yeah, that Red Ape Family show. Yeah,
Very smart move, Apple.
Yeah, it's getting picked up by Apple TV, and I think Amazon Prime is gonna show it as well on their service. So
all the money men are just losing their minds.
Exactly. Did you watch that pilot? I did.
I saw clips of it.
Oh god, I watched the whole thing, and oh man, I really wanted to not alive after that. It was pretty bad. I was like, God, what's going on? What have we become?
Yeah,
I was
still talking with
just to suffer.
My cousin that we're not just in the late stage of capitalism, we're in the Joker mode late stage capitalism, where it's like it's not even that everything's exhausted, it's that rules don't even make sense anymore. It's all garbage. Nothing makes any sense. People buy ape images for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Teachers are scrambling on the floor for dollars like it's RoboCop. Nothing makes any sense anymore. It's all Joker mode.
Babe, I'm entering my Joker arc. You don't understand. All my apes are gone.
That's 2022's Joker origin story.
All my apes escaped.
Yeah.
Need a mod Ape Escape and just replace all the monkeys with
with the
bored ape NFTs, JPEGs.
Yeah, just walk around floating JPEGs of like actual people's NFTs. Like you actually right clicked and saved them.
Exactly. Did you see the Doom wad that came out?
I think I did. I think I did.
Walking around with a camera, just clicking on monkeys.
That's
so
great.
Stupid.
That's great. Okay, the stream appears to be good now. Doesn't seem to be dropping anything. I guess it just had a hiccup and had to be reset. So seems to be good now. Okay. Back to some more grinding. blow me away. So, as a PS5 owner, are there any interesting PS5 exclusives on the horizon? Because I'm not sure if I can recall any coming up off the top of my head.
I mean, strictly only for the PlayStation 5, I'm not entirely sure, but I know we got that new Horizon game that's coming out next month. Forbidden West, I think. So, that'll be interesting.
Is like the new God of War gonna be PS5 only? Is it gonna be also on PC?
I think they said that they were going to release it on PS4 and 5.
Okay. Maybe a timed exclusive.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of Sony's MO now, is like they'll release a game on the PlayStation consoles and it'll be there for maybe a couple of years and then they'll port it to PC later. So, right. I think if I remember correctly, they recently acquired, I think they flat out bought the studio? The studio that was doing the port, PC port stuff for Horizon Zero Dawn. I think like Sony owns them now, and I think they're like just dedicated to making PC ports for stuff now. Because if I remember correctly, I think they're doing that Uncharted collection that'll be coming to PC soon, where they'll have it's Uncharted 4 and Lost Legacy will be getting like revamped remasters for the PS5 and PC. So,
but of course, Bloodborne is still.
Still up in the air. I'd love to know. I mean, they have to. I mean, the demand is so high for that. Like, at least uncap the frame rate, please. Please. No. I want to play Bloodborne at 60 FPS.
This is how it was meant to be.
No. I don't need to buy another copy. I mean, don't get me wrong, if they make a native PS5 disc and everything, and, you know, includes all the content on it and whatever, like, maybe at some point I probably will, but like, I just want an uncapped frame rate. Even just the PS4 version, please. The PS5 can handle it.
No. These Pidgeotos keep blowing me away. Stop that. The nice thing about being paralyzed is I can't be put to sleep or poisoned. It's like that slot's already full. Okay, now I'm gonna put ICP in front.
Fucking magnets. How does it work?
We'll never know how they work. Okay, you're not very strong, are you? Guess we'll have to switch to Exmo every time we want to use you against these grass types. I think I noticed when I saw some of the games you're playing through recently. Looks like you're also playing through Silent Hill 3.
Oh god, it's been a while since I touched it, but I still have the borrowed copy of my friend's. Yeah, I really need to finish it.
Have
But
you played much of it so far?
yeah, I got through the opening mall section, but that's about as far as I've gotten, I think. So,
Okay.
but yeah, when I was playing, I was like, yeah, this is really cool, and it looks, oh my god, playing it on a CRT TV on original hardware, god,
I bet it
just
looks
looks
really
so
nice.
It looks so good. It looks so good. So beautiful.
Those are some of the best looking PlayStation 2 games.
I
When
know.
they're up-resed on an emulator, they look incredible.
No, they can. Hell yeah. Dude, when I played and I'm happy I think I talked with you about this before, but I have that copy of Silent Hill 2 on the Xbox. So thankfully I have a way to play Silent Hill 2 like on hardware because oh man, when I played that again, just the CRT experience with these old games, it's so great. It feels so good, but obviously not feasible for many of them. So
Did you see that
uh
Rate My Setup where it was Silent Hill 2 in a cabin with like a knife and a shotgun?
yeah. Or
Incredible.
I also think I saw that caption. It was
Oh yeah,
God,
in my
it's like
restless dreams I see that setup.
I think of that one. That's funny. God, that's hilarious. It looks like it's like in an attic almost.
I know.
Like it's so freaky looking. It's like that's the perfect environment to play.
They put my hypno to sleep. They gave him a taste of his own medicine. Get up already.
Oh, Postal 4 is gonna go up in price soon because it's exiting early access and it's gonna hit 1.0.
Don't the Postal developers constantly make fun of Postal 3?
Yeah, they hate it because they
That's
didn't even
funny.
work on it.
That's
So,
funny.
yeah, do you know anything about the history of Postal 3? I've looked into this so
Little
much.
bit.
It's so funny.
A little bit.
Basic rundown. I think Running with Scissors like had this blessing, like, yeah, we're going to be working on the game, and they were collaborating with a Russian studio. But then I think like things fell out, and then like that A team that was working on Postal 3 eventually got passed from a B to a C to a D team until like and they were trying to work on console ports that had to get canceled, and so they eventually just said like fuck it. They had to like push it out because I think the company was going bankrupt or something. And they farted the game out, and it obviously performed horrendously. So yeah, then Running with Scissors was like, we had nothing to do with this. We completely distanced ourselves from this. And so they have these I know they had this bundle on Steam a while ago. They might still do, but it's like every Postal but that one, a bundle that they have on Steam. They include a digital copy of the Uwe Boll movie. They will own the Uwe Boll movie before they own Postal 3. That's saying something. Speaking of which, I have the Postal movie on DVD. I should watch that.
Let me know how it is.
No, it's probably horrid.
They throw in like Postal novelizations and stuff before
Oh
they
god,
throw
that'd be
in
great.
before they throw in Postal 3.
I'd love a Postal novelization. And the Postal dude whipped his dick out and peed on everybody. The end. No.
It's a choose your own adventure book. Flip to page 7 if you whip your dick out. Flip to page 12 if you shoot the cat or whatever.
All right, that is a brilliant idea. I'm going to make not really, but I mean that'd be great if I did a Postal choose your own adventure fan fiction novel.
Maybe tweet them the idea and see if they bite.
Hey, at Running with Scissors. Would you ever consider a postal choose your own adventure novel? Question mark.
Man, don't you love installments of games that just get made to keep copyright? Like, remember
Oh,
when they made a Bubsy phone game?
ew, they did?
They made a
I know
Bubsy
that.
platformer a few years ago.
Oh yeah, I know that they did. They released it on like PlayStation 4 and shit. I didn't know they had like a mobile game or
It was
whatever.
basic. The original, I think, was just a mobile game that they brought to console.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. I think there's physical copies of those. A piece of me kind of like actually wants to own like Bubsy on disc and be like, look at this, look at this. I am the trash person, so you know.
Give Crypto Bros a few years, and those physical copies are gonna be worth like $5,000.
Yeah, I bet. Not really, but I don't know.
It's totally
I guess
reasonable to spend over $1 million for Super Mario 64.
Oh yeah, totally
That's
reasonable.
not money laundering or anything.
Nope. Yeah, no, that. Oh god. See, I love game collecting. I really do. I love physical games. I love them. They're fun. I blast with them. But God, I really hate like how people treat this hobby as like financial investment and money schemes for sealed games and graded games. God, it's so stupid.
Don't you love how, because of all the money in the art market, a lot of art is just kept away from people's eyes because it's all about maintaining value?
Exactly. It's so stupid. It's like, yeah, I'm definitely someone who's like, you know, totally morally correct for you to pirate whatever you can from major corporations and shit, but yeah, but like, yeah, I'm still a sucker for having, you know, the case and the disc for things and the manuals and all of that jazz and the original hardware experience and all of that. But yeah, no, like I don't know. You get a lot of those people that are, you know, super anal about like the collecting and the financial side of things and think that they have like this exclusive right to shit and whatever. It's like, no.
It's annoying.
It's very annoying. Gets old fast.
And it's like, for what purpose?
Exactly.
Does this make the world any better? No?
No.
Then maybe we should not do it.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. We were talking about games that we had gotten for Christmas. I totally forgot. I got My Friend Peppa Pig for PS4. I forgot about that one.
How's that?
I already finished it. Took me a little over an hour. Got the platinum trophy in it, so I have a picture of Peppa Pig forever branded on my PlayStation profile, and I can't be happier.
Nice. Maybe I should do have a stream where I do like old humongous
Oh,
entertainment
dude, that'd be
games.
sick.
Putt Putt Saves the Zoo.
Those games were so cool.
Fun little activity centers for the youngins. Oh, whoa, his cry got real distorted there. There was a day during Christmas break where I had some friends over. We went to get sushi, and then we just kind of chilled at my place. We didn't really know what to do, so we just spent a bunch of time watching YouTube. And we were laughing so hard watching some Germa videos. We saw his recent Saints Row 2 stuff,
Oh, great.
And he made one of the funniest looking characters ever. His face is like flat with like a huge indent at the top of the head, and the face looked like a fish. Uh, and he was playing Christmas music for much of it, and so we were just watching this hilarious monstrosity ragdoll around while it's the most wonderful time. It's just incredible. Great stuff.
Yeah, I haven't really watched much of, Germa's content or anything. I really should at some point.
There's a great tweet I shared where basically someone quote tweeted a video of Germa saying God is real and he gives Germa all his anomalies to toy with him, because it's a video of Germa drinking some coffee. He sets it down and he's like, and then he notices he has two coffees. He's like, which one was I drinking? And then he's like, wait a second, they both have the same exact amount of liquid. And so he's like very confused why he has two coffees at the same exact level of liquid, and when he drinks one of them, instead of saying, oh yeah, this is the one I was drinking, he said, this is the real one. And everyone was rolling with it like that. He could clearly tell which one was the fake one. It's just incredible stuff. Okay, let me heal up. Okay, let's start leveling up. Yeah, let's stay on Magneton. Man, one thing I've been wondering lately is just how long is this pandemic gonna go on?
Oh,
Because,
God.
because I've heard, about 2 years is average. 2.5 years, but with how Omicron's been spiking with the million cases a day, I'm like, is it gonna be another full year or something?
Yeah,
It's insane.
We're not going to be done with this until I swear halfway through the decade, if even that. I hate to be that pessimistic, but
We're gonna have the kids born in COVID are like, oh, it finally ends when I graduate high school, and they lost their whole youth to COVID.
It's wonderful.
What a wonderful
So
time.
great. Yeah, we live.
And the best part is, it could be so easily avoided if our leaders gave one shit.
It really would.
But of course,
really would.
China and their vegetable deliveries are the real tyrants.
Yep.
And then
That's the
they're
real
building
problem.
bridges for cruisers, and it's like, yes, clearly America is leading the world in technology
Infrastructure.
and yeah, it's like
I-95, everybody.
we're stuck stuck in the 50s, and they're they're
Year
3008. Yeah.
Have you've heard about the I-95 situation, right?
Is that in
That's the Virginia highway
yeah.
situation. I don't know if that ever got resolved, that people were finally able to move and get out of that, but
I haven't
that's
checked in
awful.
lately, but from what I've heard, it sounded like it was still going.
God.
But here's an interesting, so like, because obviously nowhere is perfect. So there was some interesting stuff I saw in the subtweets and stuff for that. So like, apparently in 2010, China had a horrible traffic jam that lasted like 10 days. So like,
Ooh.
horrible mess up. But, and I haven't checked, but like, from what I know, 2010 is when they first started committing to their vision of rail. And if that is connected, then that means that that huge problem happened, and then they like completely transformed their entire transportation ecosystem into something that is just like they've got just tons and tons of rail, and they're helping connect the country of Laos to the coast. And like, if something like that happened in America, like we've got infrastructure problems that go back like for decades and decades, and they don't get solved. Like it's so completely different. There's like a difference, but like because like clearly they had an issue pop up that was a horrible issue, but then they were like, okay, we're gonna solve this, and it's like, how many years has it been since Columbine, and things have gotten no better in that regard. Oh, I should have just swapped.
Okay, I just tweeted it running with scissors.
Nice. No one's poisoned, right? Oh, no, Exmo's poisoned.
Oh, a new trailer came out for Bomb Rush Cyberpunk.
Ooh, I haven't
that-
watched it fully, but I see glimpses of that, and it looks really nice.
Oh yeah, new gameplay trailer looks so sick. They've added skateboards and bikes to it too. That's so cool.
Nice.
Oh god, this game is gonna.
Does that have a
It
release
looks
date?
sick. Dang it, nope. Just says future.
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 Is the new Lego Star Wars coming out in March? Right?
Oh shit, yeah, I forgot
that
that was
kept
coming
getting-
out this year.
That kept getting pushed. That was pushed like twice. I swear. I swear that was supposed
Yeah.
to come out like last year. And by
It was
last
supposed
year,
to
I
come
mean
out like
2020.
last summer.
Yeah. It's supposed to come out a while ago.
Yeah, it's been delayed for a long while. I hope it comes out soon. I really want to play it. I love the Lego games. I'm not gonna buy it at launch because God, those games they go cheap so fast. But a piece of me really wants the Lego Han Solo Carbonite Steelbook.
Nice.
It's so funny looking. I think it's a Best Buy exclusive Steelbook. I think they do eventually sell those Steelbooks individually. Maybe I'll just hope and pray I can get one at
Nice.
some point. That Steelbook is so funny looking.
I think I have a pretty good Ghost in the Shell steelbook from Best Buy. It's always nice to have something stylish like that.
Mm-hmm.
Something I've been wondering is at some point are CRTs gonna make some sort of comeback? And I'm not talking like mainstream sell them at Best Buy, but is some company going to start making new ones? Because for
I
so
oh
long people have just been kind of relying on circulating the old ones. Like when it comes to like people wanting CRT displays for like old video games and for like melee tournaments, like someone's gonna eventually like see a market there and make new ones, right? Because like
I don't know. Like,
otherwise it's gonna be a pretty dire situation when more of those start aging out.
yeah, I mean, God, I as much as I'd love to say that, like, yeah, no, that would definitely be a possibility and be really cool. Like, a part of me also like really doubts it. I
That
don't
would
know.
be a damn shame.
It would be, but it'd be really freaking cool if they did.
I know. They better, someone better, because like not enough emulators offer CRT shaders.
Mm-mm. Yeah, and then and a lot of games that do a lot of like they have those like scan filters and stuff on like old games when they like re-release them, like that Castlevania collection, like the scan line stuff that they have in there. I don't know, I mean, like it looks okay, but like they blow up the image in a really weird way with the scan line uh filter and stuff, so it's like, man, you know.
Someone
Feel
better
like
get smart and figure that out.
yeah, I know, it'd be nice, but
It's just like an interesting scenario where I'm like, I think we've just been like piggybacking on the fact that there's just been so many lying around, and I'm wondering what's gonna happen when people realize, oh shit, we can't easily. Because like I got mine for free off the sidewalk. Like at some point we're gonna cross the threshold where you can't just do that.
yeah, no, I got mine off of like a classifieds ad, and they're like, yeah, just get rid of old TVs. So like, oh shit, yeah.
Yeah,
So
mine. I was literally walking around Provo. I saw it and I was like, okay, I'm gonna take this home, and I still have it.
that's sick.
I think it was supposed to come with a remote that it doesn't have, so I might not be able to do some settings as easily with it. But oh well, it was free. It was free for the taking. So I remember a friend of mine was interested in maybe using some for filming something. So whenever I spotted one, I was like, "Hey, I found one here. If you're interested at all." There's one feature these Gen 1 games do that I'm not sure is in any later gens. Like, maybe it is, and I just never figured out the functionality. But the way you're able to use the select button to reorder where the moves are is something that's very simple, but I really like. Because it makes grindy parts a lot quicker if you can just set, yes, that is exactly where I want this move to be.
Mm.
And I don't know if the other games have that functionality, and I just never knew which buttons did it, but I'm pretty sure they don't.
Ugh, Lord.
Oh Lord.
Oh, Lordy.
It's been so long since we last talked for a while on stream that I'm like remembering things that have happened since then. Have you seen Arcane at all?
No,
It's
I'm not.
really impressive. Like genuinely theatrical quality animation and
So I hear.
it's not perfect and some characters I care about less than others, but like the stuff with Jinx and Vi, I'm like halfway through. I haven't finished it, but like it was some really solid and pretty heavy stuff. But like gorgeous to look at animation wise. I definitely recommend it. Alright, for those of you watching on Twitch, ads are automatically going to run in a few minutes. So just as a reminder to our Twitch viewers, subscribers will not receive any ads. But I don't like to lock any of my content behind a paywall. I want everyone to be able to enjoy these streams. So I don't lock anything behind subscriptions, so everyone can enjoy. But for those who do feel willing to contribute, it's greatly appreciated. I don't expect anyone to give, but even a small donation is worth a lot more than ad revenue, and I hope to put whatever I get towards making these streams better. And as a way of showing appreciation to anyone who is willing to contribute, whoever donates the most, cheers the most, and gifts the most subs, by the time I finish this Pokemon Yellow Nuzlocke series, we'll be able to nominate a future stream. So if you want to pick something I do on this channel, feel free to shoot for being number one in one of those categories. So those will be automatically running soon. I'm probably going to grind through the end of this ad break, and then I think I'll try to take on Koga. I think at that point we'll probably be good to risk it. So if at this point you're on your laptop, you're playing Castlevania, right, instead of Halo?
I actually booted up my PlayStation for the moment, and I'm just messing around in Shadow of Mordor.
Hmm. Is that the second one of those Middle Earth games? I forget which one it was
No,
that came first.
nah, it's the first one.
Okay.
I already so I've already beaten it before. I think a couple of times actually, but I recently got Shadow of War through the Steam sale. The definitive edition was $9. I was like, shit, like all of
Nice.
that for $9. I was like, hell yeah. So I was like, well, I guess I could go for a refresher. So I don't think I'm gonna commit to doing any like trophy hunting or anything in here, but I might just do a rush through the story, kind of get the basics there, and then just move on to uh, Shadow of War shortly after.
Nice. Yeah, that looks like a fun one. The what's it called? The Nemesis system?
Oh yeah.
That looks pretty
Mm-hmm.
fun.
No, it's really cool. It's still infuriating that Warner Brothers patented it, of course.
uh, Good old copyright, so useful.
I love it. Wonderful. Yeah, so they they have Monolith, the guys who made Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War. They're making a Wonder Woman game that's supposed to be coming out. That's
Interesting.
gonna have the Nemesis system in that too. So
Huh. I don't
I'm
know enough about the Wonder Woman world to know how that would work, but
yeah, neither do
interesting.
I. But I don't know. I'm intrigued. I really like most of Monolith's stuff.
It's like
Really
when there's a franchise product that comes out that's actually really interesting, even though you didn't care for the franchise.
yeah.
Like that Mario and Rabbids game looked pretty good, even though I don't care about Rabbids.
Yeah, neither do I. But hey, it's a pretty fun, like XCOM light kind of game.
Mario and Rabbids, what kind of game would this be? Ah, yes, XCOM.
It's like XCOM, but it doesn't piss you off nearly as much. Don't get me wrong, I really like XCOM, but woof, does it really push the
Miss
boundaries
on like
on my
90%.
sanity. I tried playing. I think I got through a decent chunk of XCOM Enemy Unknown before I just couldn't do it anymore. Because like I had recently come off of playing Darkest Dungeon, another RNG hell, permadeath experience, and I was like, oh god, I'm just getting Vietnam flashbacks in this. Like
Jeez.
it's driving me crazy. Oh god, speaking of which, Darkest Dungeon 2 came out. I forgot.
Oh
It's still in
yeah.
early access on Epic, I think.
I think
Should check it out at
I
some point.
watched Germa play it, and at one point they told him to put a bird watching video in the corner, and he just starts getting distracted by the birds and the squirrels that show up.
Another oddish.
There's quite a few of
Isn't
them
that
here.
odd?
Oh, it's kind of odd-ish. Okay, I gotta unparalyze because I'm
Good
just
god, yeah, look at all that.
when that starts happening, that's when it's time.
Now you're poisoned.
Oh well, I'll just antidote it. I learned some very interesting technical stuff in my CS classes, as hard and chaotic as they were this semester, that like I feel like have helped click something to get more interested in the stuff under the hood than I used to be in the past. Cuz like I
Mm.
started learning about how are images and audio even actually stored digitally, and what does an OS actually do, and like how does networking work on like the smallest of things. That just reminded me. This is something I was going to tell you before, but it's been a while, so I haven't had the chance. Okay,
Oh,
remember how we had trouble with NetPlay?
yes.
I think I figured out what the problem is.
Oh, yeah?
Is that my VPN doesn't actually support port forwarding. So even if I wanted to forward a port, I actually really can't. And so if we wanted to try something like that someday, we might want to look into Direct Connect, and we might actually want you to host it, unless you're got a similar VPN situation to me. But my VPN has been saying for a while that they're going to eventually support a form of port forwarding, but some people seem skeptical, so maybe at some point I'll switch over if I want to use a VPN that has that kind of functionality, or maybe I'll just wait for it to eventually happen. But at the very least, I learned a little bit more about what probably caused some issues, because I've had similar issues with some torrents in terms of how much audience they can reach. I've had some similar issues with my Plex library. I wanted to share it with my friends, and it was not being discoverable. So I think that might be part of the problem. I think we've already decided that Ape Escape will be the game we do next instead of Gauntlet Dark Legacy, but if we want to troubleshoot that sometime, we might want to take that into account.
Yeah, no, that might definitely be worth it.
Yeah, we might have to use the traversal server and maybe have you host just to be safe. But it was just like an interesting little eureka moment of like, why is it being so weird?
Oh man, this really sucks. Shadow of Mordor is like capped at 30 FPS on PlayStation, which is really annoying. But at least on like the PS5, it better supports some of the pro modes that were put in. Like I'm running this at basically 4K now. Shit looks so freaking beautiful.
Nice.
God, this game looks so good.
You have like a big brain meme where it's like the smaller brain is cap it at 30, and then the even bigger brain is tie the frame rate to the physics logic. Don't you love when
God.
games do that?
Oh, I do. Devil May Cry, baby. Yeah, those the PAL versions of like the original Devil May Cry games are like awful because that frame speed and everything's tied up with the physics logic, so it's like running, even though it's at like 50 FPS, it's like so much slower than it was on the NTSC and Japanese versions. God, that's awful.
Hold on, I'm gonna check if OBS is having issues or if just my laptop's frozen. Oh, I think my laptop's frozen. I'll just reset it. Because it was stuck on a white frame, and I was like, I'm doing.
I mean, like I'm watching. Oh, like I'm watching your stream. Everything seems fine.
Yeah, my laptop just got slow, so. Okay. We'll let that reboot, and then I can look at the stream manager. This Bellsprout is being a real piece of work.
Yeah,
he keeps using sleep powder, so I know that if I use an awakening, he'll just do it again. This bastard. Look at him. This is unbelievable.
Dear God.
I'm gonna clip this. This guy just won't quit. Unbelievable. Okay, paralyzed. Now I can't be put to sleep. Okay. I'm gonna double check Koga's roster. I think we'll just go with this at this point. Okay. We're gonna put Exmo in front, because he should be able to take them down pretty good. Hopefully they don't have any weird, unique moves. Stream manager's being a little weird. Oh wait, I go... Which way? It's so hard to make out. Okay, this shouldn't be too bad. But we trained and leveled up just in case, because it's so high level compared to everything else we've been facing. Okay, let's see what you got, Koga. A mere child like you dares to challenge me? Let's see if this guy's a ninja or a nanja. Okay, not quite one hit. It's gonna use an X attack, but this should knock it out. Okay, we got Koga down. So I think this now means that we can actually surf. So we're not gonna go to Sabrina right away. We're gonna do the stuff that Surf allows us to do as an opportunity to grind for her even more. So rather than go back and forth on one route over and over, we'll actually be able to explore new stuff while we're preparing for Sabrina. Okay. Man, poor Pesci's really falling behind. He's gonna need to be brought up a few. Okay. I think we'll probably want to do some stuff on the way to Cinnabar at this point. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna head to Pallet Town so we can surf south. Okay, let's see. Let's use the super rod. Nice. This is what I wanted to try to catch.
Hell
Staryu.
yeah.
Okay. Let's try to put it to sleep. Does hypnosis not work on psychic types or something? That can't be. Just gonna try to go for Thunder Wave, I guess. Ah, almost. Let's confuse you once again. Okay, we have Staryu. What's a good name for a Staryu?
Patrick.
Okay. No, this is Patrick.
No, this is Patrick.
Okay. Nice new catch. Okay. So E, are you? I'm probably going to be wrapping up in just a minute here and preparing to take my sister to work and head to work myself if the weather
Yeah.
permits. Um, Out of curiosity, are you going to be available at all later in the day? Because I might be doing in the evening, finishing up Halo 3 campaign, and if you're available, if there's time permitting, could do some Ape Escape.
Not today,
Okay,
but yeah.
just wanted to ask. So I'll see if I am able to do Halo 3 campaign or something tonight. And if I finish that early, then I'd just do more Pokemon Yellow. But yeah, we'll have to coordinate to do Ape Escape sometime.
Hell yeah.
Can't wait to see what that game's like. Okay, I think
God,
after
the
this
soundtrack
trailer,
alone is so bitchin'.
yeah, I know it's gonna sound so good. It's gonna be lit. Okay, I think I'll save here. Okay, with that, I will end the game. It was a fun stream. It was nice having
Hell
you
yeah.
on.
I know, it was really nice to chat again.
Yeah, I'll hopefully be able to do it more frequently in the future, so we'll be able to do it a little more consistently. Do
Hell yeah.
you have any recommendations for channels that are live that would be worth rating, or should we figure that out myself?
Let me take a look at the Twitch and see who's live. Um, I don't think I have any smaller channels that are live right now to raid, so.
Okay, I'll just pick one myself, and we'll send some people over that way. Okay, it looks like maybe it's not letting me raid. It says try that quick action again later. Okay, maybe I won't be able to raid anybody this time. Let me try one more time. Okay, I guess this time we won't raid because the raid function's not working.
Oh, that's stupid.
Yeah. Well, I hope you guys had fun. Look forward to doing more. We'll see if maybe I'll be able to do another stream later in the day. And I look forward to seeing you guys in future streams. Hopefully, I can work out a good schedule. Hopefully, at some point, be able to come up with a consistent schedule again and plan ahead because of how chaotic things have been. But yeah, it's a lot of fun, and I will be seeing you guys.